A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
Why, Mandy.
You know, that young upstart Lulabelle is doing the wash for the Andersons next door.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, I was mad because her washes look so clean and nice.
What?
You see, Lulabelle uses Does.
What's Does?
Well, it's a new kind of granulated soap that Procter & Gamble's making. Well, this does everything in the wash. Work shirts, towels, rayons, everything.
What? One soap doing all three kinds of wash? Why, that's ridiculous.
Well, does it? Why, take them work shirts to Mr. Anderson. He gets some powerful greasy.
Yes, I know. He works at that war factory now.
Yeah, but with Does, there's no hard scrubbing at all. I declare I never seen no soap get clothes clean easier than Does.
Well, that's fine. But what about her white pieces?
I hate to say it, ma'am, but I've never seen a whiter wash than this Does. The towels are just sparkling. Even the ones that Mr. Anderson wipes his greasy hands on.
Well, it seems to me our towels get plenty dirty, too.
Well, that's why we use Does, too. Honestly, I can't stand Lulabelle being so uppity about the white washes she gets with Does.
But, Mandy, did you say she uses this same Does for rayons and nicer colored washables, too? You know, those colors need extra care in wartime, so they last longer.
I knows that, ma'am. But Lulabelle says the sew man done told her Does is a lot safer for them nice colors. Safer than any of the 4 other big selling granulated soaps. I tell you, ma'am, this Lulabelle is ruining my reputation.
Don't worry, Mandy. If does all that, we'll use it for our wash, too.
Yes, millions of women are changing to New Does. You see, Does is not just an improvement of an old soap. It's a new soap discovery. So try Does, D-U-Z, because even in the toughest wartime wash, Does does everything. And now the Goldbergs. It's train time at the big station in New York. And under the vast roof, lighted by vast windows, the pygmy crowds are milling about. It wouldn't be easy to find anyone in the midst of all the hurrying people, but that's why Molly Goldberg is here. If you look hard, you can see her, alone in a sea of people. And her anxious glances, her searching eyes tell us that something is up. All the goodbyes were said in Glastonbury, and Sammy left with his group for New York and the Army. But here is Molly standing in this well of people 100 miles from home, and all alone. Listen.
Excuse me, I don't know if I'm in the right place.
This is the Pennsylvania station.
I know the
information booth's over there.
The information I know, but there's so many people. I don't want to miss my son. He's going away today.
Oh, well, don't you know the train is leaving on?
No, I don't know. I wasn't supposed to be here even. It was decided not to come to the station. You see, madam, we all made up knots.
Oh.
We said goodbye last night, but I only wanted to take a little peekaboo. If Mr. Goldberg, that's my husband, Mr. Goldberg, if he knew I came... But when he went to the mill, I took a bus. I'll be home before he comes back. I shouldn't only miss my son.
Oh, why don't you ask the red cap? He'll know where the boys are leaving from.
Who should I ask?
The red cap. Oh, wait a minute. Now, red cap.
Red cap right here. Red cap right here.
Red cap. Can you tell me where the boys are leaving from? What track?
Well, there's a sign right over there, madam. You see it?
Oh. Thank you very much.
Baggage?
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
lady. Baggage, sir. How about giving you a lift, sir? Baggage?
Red cap?
Baggage, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Can you tell me where the boys are leaving from?
Do you see that sign there, sir?
Yes. Where can I stand to peekaboo? I don't want my son to see me. I wasn't supposed to be here.
Well, sir, this is a pretty big place. You'll find some place to hide. Baggage?
Thank you.
Baggage, lady. It's all right, sir. Get a red cap here. Carry your bag, sir.
Red cap?
Yes, sir.
Red Captain.
Yes.
What train does Sammy Goldberg leave on?
Sammy Goldberg?
Yeah.
I never heard of him. But the boys is leaving on that track over there, if you're talking about the soldier boys.
Yes, the soldier boys.
Bag, sir? You want a red cap, sir?
Lady.
Bag, sir? Here's your red cap, madam. I'll carry your bag. Red cap, sir?
Lady, please.
Can't we make
If
sure?
we stand here, we can't miss them.
Does it cost anything if I ask him, or can't we make sure?
You went to the information desk 4 times, and 4 times they told you here. The boys leave from here, so it's here.
Maybe it's there.
But he said here.
Red cap.
I'm walking away from you.
A walk. Red cap.
Here's the sign. Why do you have to ask questions?
Where's the sign?
Right there.
Oh.
Don't sit there. It's reserved for the USO.
Seymour, don't make me nervous. I'm nervous already.
You never liked Sammy. What's the matter all of a sudden you're so nervous?
Who said I never liked Sammy?
Don't be such a hero worshiper. Just because he's going into the army.
Yes. Don't you think that's a good reason? Maybe I'd learn to love you, too, if you went into the army.
You don't have to throw my limitations into my face. I'm in 4F. Can I help it?
Oh, for pity's sake. Is that Mrs. Goldberg?
How could she be here? She wasn't supposed to come.
Oh, for pity's sake, Mr. Goldberg.
Where? He's not with Mrs. Goldberg?
Over there.
Where?
Not together.
I asked him if he was coming, and he said no.
Oh, for pity's sake.
Who else?
Uncle David. They didn't want us to come. That's why they said, call her. She doesn't see us.
Mrs. Goldberg. You call Mr. Goldberg.
Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg.
Jake?
Molly. Molly, you wasn't coming.
Yeah, you said I'm
Yeah.
Hello, Uncle David.
You're here?
I'm here, yeah.
Didn't I especially ask you not to come? So you're here.
So we're here.
We took the early bus.
Do you think we're standing in the right place?
Just where you are.
Why, gracious.
Gracious what?
Oh, gracious. Who told Mrs. Mendel's family was leaving? Gracious, Mrs. Mendel. Seymour, darling, the lady with the ribbon in her hair, she don't see me. Darling, Mrs. Mendel, I see you.
I didn't want Molly to be here, David.
So she's here.
So she's here.
Who told you family was going, Mrs. Mendel?
Mrs. Harkaway.
Oh, my.
Oh, Sammy, a soldier. I can't believe it. Hello, Uncle David.
Hello, Mrs. Mendel.
I'm Brady Schlitzer.
This is my friend Buddy Schlitzel, and this is my friend Sammy Fingerhood. Seymour.
very pleased to meet you.
Are we standing in the right place, do you think?
Yeah.
2 wars in our lifetime, Mrs. Goldberg. Who thought it would come again?
Are we standing in the right place, Jake?
We are.
We are.
Of course we are.
2 wars in one lifetime.
Who suffers? The woman.
And the man has a picnic, I suppose.
Aye, Hitler.
The last war, I was a bride.
We were standing in the right place, Jake?
We are.
We are.
It wasn't so easy for a young bride.
Aye, Hitler.
Jake, if we're not standing in the right place...
Yeah.
We are.
My Joe was somewhere in France when my Bernice was born.
What time is it, Jake?
Careless time.
It's time.
Time. Who remembers the first armistice? Oh, everybody went crazy in the street.
Aye, we should only go crazy again.
We will.
Aye, Hitler. And Mussolini?
And Hirohito, he's an angel.
And Goebbels.
And Goering and Himmler.
And Bisley?
And Streicher and Von Bock and Rommel and Tolstoy and all of that. I think they're here. Oh, yes.
And we're in the right place?
Molly, please.
I don't see family.
Stay where you are. You can see them fine from here.
Oh, Jake.
That's why I wanted you to stay home.
Are you sure Sammy's leaving sometime today?
Please, Mrs. Mendel. I'll look on the left and you look at the right. Look left and right.
I'll look over here. I'll look over here.
I'm looking
Well,
here.
maybe we're in the wrong place.
I see him.
There.
No, That looks like Sammy.
I don't see Sammy. Or maybe he passed already.
But that's Sammy.
There.
Ma, I thought you said you...
We became
Oh, gee. Pa. Goodbye, Pa.
Goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Uncle David.
Goodbye, Sammy.
Goodbye.
I wish they'd reclassify me, Sammy.
Goodbye, Seymour.
Bye.
I want to talk to you, Ma.
Yes, Sammy. Excuse me.
Excuse us, please. Ma.
Your tie, Sammy. Why is it crooked?
You're right, Ma. I don't care if you don't know how to spell. You write. Don't let anybody write for you.
No, darling.
And you're going to be a good girl?
Yes.
Okay. Goodbye, Ma.
Bye, Sammy.
Sammy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Sammy, I think you have to go.
I'm going. Sammy. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Goodbye, Mom.
Bye. Bye. Goodbye. I'll wait here. Don't cry, madam. Your son? My son, too. There's no time for crying. Today we have to stand like rocks in the sea. We all have to face the same way until our bodies become a wall that'll lock the fascists in their holes. Our sons go to the front. Our husbands and our daughters make guns and tanks and bullets. And we must dry our eyes and stand like mountains. When they're tired and weary, we must be their strength. And when they're hurt, we must be their help. And when the dark days come, and dark days will come, we must be their light. And in the end, madam, in victory, we'll have time to cry. Plenty time. We mothers should make a promise. We should swear to each other not to cry. Not to cry till the war is won. Because unless we win, there won't be enough tears in the whole world to sweeten the bitterness of our defeat, madam. There's no time for tears. There's no time for tears now.
And so the gates close, and the young men leave, and the others turn back to the work, united in love and hope. And with Molly, we say and we know, we will be united in victory also. The Goldbergs go back home. Life goes on, and living must settle the problems that living people create. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Dove.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has been going with Philip Boynton for quite some time now. 6 years, to be exact. But only once or twice during that period did she have to worry about the eternal triangle.
And that's not unusual when your boyfriend is the eternal square. Still, I must admit I did see green about 2 weeks ago when Mr. Boynton began dating a young society beauty named Lucy Fairchild. I got angry, we had an argument, and I finally asked Mr. Boynton to choose between us. Did he want a beautiful young society girl with $1 million or a steadily employed English teacher with a guaranteed pension in 20 years? Oddly enough, he chose me. And to make my happiness complete, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, invited the two of us to spend this past weekend with him and Mrs. Conklin at their cabin on Crystal Lake. Friday morning, my landlady was in my room with me, helping me pack. when she suddenly began to get sentimental.
Connie, do you realize this is the first time we've been separated in almost a year? Oh, I am going to miss you, dear. Promise me you'll write every day.
But, Mrs. Davis, I'm only going to be gone 2 days. Why, I'd be home before the first letter reached you.
Oh, how nice. Then we could both sit down and read it together.
Better still, why don't I write the letter now and let you read it to me while I'm packing? I know just what I'd say in it. I'd tell you what a wonderful time I'm having with Mr. Boynton.
I hope it comes true, dear. It's just too bad Osgood will be around to pester you two.
You're not kidding. Ever since Mr. Conklin saved Mr. Stone by pulling him out of that open elevator shaft, he's been playing the hero role to the hilt. But to spend a weekend with Mr. Boynton, I can even bear Mr. Conklin.
Connie, I know it's a touchy subject, but, well, has Mr. Boynton really given up that society girl?
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Boynton is through with the Crepe Suzette's crowd. I think he realizes now that we donut dunkers were made for each other.
Still, I wonder...
Wonder what, Mrs. Davis?
Well, it's probably just my imagination, but this whole thing reminds me of a book I read.
Oh?
You and Mr. Boynton going up to a lonely cabin in the woods. It's before the regular season opens, nobody around. He's torn between you and that society girl. He takes you out in a shaky rowboat. Connie, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy? Oh, Mrs. Davis, you certainly have an imagination. What an utterly fantastic thought.
Oh, of course it is, dear. Of course it is. It's an utterly fantastic idea.
Look, Mrs. Davis, for your information, Mr. Boynton has never even read an American tragedy. Now, let's just forget the whole thing. Oh, that's Walter to drive me to school. Come in, Walter. The door's open. Mrs. Davis, please, not a word to Walter about what we've been discussing, or I'll never hear the end of it.
Connie, I give you my word, my lips are sealed. And you know when I give anyone my word, I could be drowning and I... Oh, pardon me, dear. Oh, good morning, Walter.
And a good morning to the two fairest ladies of my acquaintance. Hey, it looks like you're practically all set for the big weekend, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Walter. A mad, glorious weekend away from classrooms, books, and American-born students who refuse to learn the English language.
Yeah, but you'll still have old Marblehead. You'll have Mr. Conklin with you. Harriet says that living with him these days is like living with a combination of John Wayne and Fearless Fosdick. Did you see the poem he wrote called Keep Your Head? It covers the entire school bulletin board. 32 stanzas. Did you read it, Miss Brooks? It's all about courage.
I read it, Walter, and for the first time I was glad I was a coward. But Mr. Conklin or no Mr. Conklin, I'm looking forward to a wonderful weekend.
Oh, I don't blame you. You and Mr. Boynton away together in a lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody near, no society girl around. Just the two of you out in the lake alone in Mr. Conklin's shaky rowboat. Hey, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy. Why, Walter, that's the most fantastic thing I ever heard of.
In the last 30 seconds. Actually, it's a perfectly ridiculous idea.
Oh, I wasn't for a minute implying that such a thought would ever enter Mr. Boynton's head.
Well, I'm glad of that. Now, just forget the whole thing.
Only, why has he been reading that book for the past 3 weeks?
He's been reading an American tragedy?
Oh, but, Connie, what difference does it make? There's probably no connection between the two.
Oh, of course not. No connection between the two. None at all. None whatsoever. Absolutely no connection. Now, the whole thing is absurd, Walter. The whole idea of going up to the cabin was Mr. Conklin's, not Mr. Boynton's idea, and I don't expect to go out on the lake up there anyway.
Oh, sure. Sure, there's no comparison between the two situations. I'm sorry if I made you nervous, Miss Brooks.
Nervous? Me nervous? Don't be silly, Walter.
Connie, I don't want to rush you, but don't you think you should be on your way to school?
Right, Mrs. Davis, I'm all ready. Come on, Walter. Let's get into your boat and row to school. Oh, good morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Why so depressed this morning, dear?
I just left Daddy's office.
If you were just entering, you'd have an even better reason.
Oh, honestly, since Daddy rescued Mr. Stone a few weeks ago, there's simply no living with him. Mother says she's heard so many stanzas of his poem, Keep Your Head, she's losing hers. Gosh, I certainly don't envy you being up at Crystal Lake with Daddy over the weekend.
Well, with Mr. Boynton along to keep me company, I'm certain I'll manage.
Oh, of course, it should be great for the two of you. Away together in our lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody around for miles. That society girl forgotten. Just the two of you out on the lake alone in Daddy's wobbly rowboat.
Harriet, I won't have you implying this is another American tragedy.
But, Miss Brooks, I wasn't implying.
You weren't?
Of course not. Why, there's certainly no reason to be suspicious of a man just because he suggested to Daddy that he open his cabin and invite you along.
Mr. Boynton asked your father to open his cabin and invite me along? It was Mr. Boynton's idea?
Well, yes, but that's certainly nothing to be upset about.
Upset? Who's upset? Why should I be upset? Besides, Mr. Boynton has never said anything about going out in any boat. He's never mentioned that. Never once. So why should I be upset?
Good morning, Miss Brooks. My. What did I do to deserve such a charming greeting? Now step into my office, please. I want to have a word with you.
Yes, sir. I'll see you later, Harriet.
Bye, Miss Brooks.
You needn't sit down, since this won't take a minute, Miss Brooks. I presume you've seen my poem on the bulletin board. I posted it yesterday, just before lunch. You couldn't miss it going to the cafeteria. Did you read it?
Yes, sir, and it saved me lunch money. I read it, sir.
The first two stanzas I consider the most important. Keep Your Head, by Osgood Coburn. When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head and never lose cheer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. Ride the crest of the wave. Miss Brooks, tell me truthfully, have you ever heard anything so inspirational?
Not since Casey at the bat.
Now, on my desk this morning was this piece of paper, and on it is a dastardly satire some ignorant buffoon made of those precious verses. Go on and read it, Miss Brooks.
When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head like a good glass of beer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. You'll have something to shave.
Who could have done this to me, Miss Brooks? Who could have played this ghastly trick on Osgood Conkling? Who? Miss Brooks, are you listening to me?
Oh.
Did you hear what I said?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin. I really don't know who could have written it. Will you excuse me now, sir? I'm not myself today. I feel a little nervous.
Oh, well, then this weekend with us up at the lake will do you good. You'll have plenty of opportunity to be alone with Mr. Boynton. You've always wanted that, haven't you?
Yes, but not quite this way. That is, it should be nice, sir.
It certainly should be for both of you. But something he asked me yesterday has me a little puzzled.
Something he asked you?
Yes. He asked me, did I have a good, strong rowboat?
Good, strong rowboat. He asked you that? Well, when did he ask you that?
Right after he asked me how deep the middle of the lake was.
How deep the middle of the lake was?
Well, yes. Looks like Mr. Boynton plans to drown you. Why, what's the matter, Miss Brooks? Where's your sense of humor? I was only joking. I'm certain such a delightful, hideous thought never entered Boynton's head.
Oh, no, I'm certain it didn't, sir. Absolutely certain. Now, if you'll please excuse me.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Down to the pool to learn to swim.
Oh, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all, Mr. Boynton. Well, nice bumping into you. On dry land, that is. I'll see you next week sometime. Bye.
Next week? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about? You haven't forgotten our trip this weekend, have you?
Oh, no. I remember the weekend under Crystal Lake. On Crystal Lake. But frankly, I've been thinking of staying home this weekend.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised to go. I thought we'd patched up our little difference, and I really have been looking forward to it.
You really have been looking forward to it?
Yes, and I've made some plans. Little on the romantic side, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't matter. With me, both sides are romantic. Oh, gosh, how could I have been so silly? What are your plans, Mr. Boynton?
Well, tonight after dinner, just as the full moon comes out in a perfect blue sky, we'll go out in Mr. Conklin's rowboat. I'll need just one big, powerful oar. And I'll show you how to sit so you don't rock the boat. And even if you do fall into the lake, I can swim. Brooks, why are you looking at me that way? What is it? Oh, I think I know what's bothering you. You're mystified as to my actual reason for this trip. Now, isn't that it?
No, I've read chapter 23.
My actual reason for going up to the lake is to gather first-hand information on the nocturnal habits of the speckled-throated frog.
The nocturnal habits of the speckled-throated frog?
I'm doing some highly confidential research work for a biological paper I'm writing. I wasn't even going to tell you until we got up there.
And that's the only other reason you wanted to go out with me in a rowboat tonight?
What did you think I wanted to go out with you for? To repeat an American tragedy?
It was a perfectly crazy idea. How could a thought like that even enter my mind?
Of course. Well, I've got a class now, Miss Brooks. I'll pick you up at your house at 4 o'clock sharp. I'll just honk my horn and you come out.
I should be all packed by then, but if I'm not right out, tread water wait for a few minutes, will you?
Osgood, ever since we arrived at the cabin 3 hours ago, you've been behaving ridiculously. Now come out of that rowboat this instant.
Shh, quiet, passion flower. Believe me, Boynton has gone completely berserk. Everything he's done so far clearly indicates he plans to marinate Miss Brooks tonight.
Osgood, please stop hiding under that tarpaulin. They're bound to see you sooner or later.
Believe me, Poopsie girl, your Osgood knows what he's doing. I've collected facts from Walter Dent and Harriet and Miss Brooks herself, and there's no question about it. Boynton plans to end his romantic obligations to Miss Brooks by bashing her over the skull and using her as bass bait. But I am going to save her.
Save. Osgood, since you pulled Mr. Stone out of that elevator shaft and became a hero, you've been simply impossible. Now, please get out of that boat before they come down here.
Worry not for your Osgood's safety, my pet. He knows how heroes are expected to act in emergencies, and he shall not be found wanting. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head.
And you'll have something to shave.
But it was you. You wrote that satire. For 20 years, I've clasped a Delilah to my bosom.
I think they're coming now. Please get out of that boat. Oh, very well. Be a hero. And when Mr. Boynton finds you hiding under that tarpaulin, I hope he hangs something besides a medal under your eye.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment.
You know, being a good driver is more than just turning on the ignition and stepping on the gas. You have to know where you're going, look where you're going, and getting there depends on the brakes. Have you checked your brakes lately?
Well, there was no doubt in Mr. Conklin's mind that Mr. Boynton was going to end his romantic idyll with Miss Brooks by using her to fatten up the fishes. So, to prevent another American tragedy, when the two took his rowboat out on Crystal Lake, he hid himself under the tarpaulin.
Oh, gosh, isn't it nice and peaceful out here on the lake, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it sure is, Miss Brooks. I wonder if you'd mind. That is, well, can I hold your hand?
I doubt it. We're about 8 feet apart.
You could sit closer. Why don't you sit on that tarpaulin?
Oh, no, thanks. I tried it before, and I felt like I was sitting on a mass of whale blubber. What was that?
Oh, probably the mating call of the speckled-throated bullfrog. Would you like me to tell you about the love life of the frog, Miss Brooks?
Right now, I'm trying to develop one of my own. I mean, some other time, Mr. Boynton.
Well, maybe I could move a little closer to you.
No, stay where you are. I'll come to you.
Very well. Only be careful. This boat's awfully shaky. Now, here, I'll hold the oar up high and give you...
Hold it, Boynton! There'll be no American tragedy in this boat.
Mr. Conklin, then it was you under the tarpaulin.
See? I told you it felt like a mass of whale blubber. Mr. Conklin, what are you doing in this boat?
What am I doing? Miss Brooks, wherever a human life is in peril, there you will find Osgood Conklin. Confess, Boynton, what are you doing out here on the lake with Miss Brooks and that oar?
We're rowing around studying the nocturnal habits of the speckled bullfrog.
Good boy. I knew if I put it to you that way, you'd confess. You were going to bash her head in, drown her, then swim to shore and plead that you're rowing around studying the habits of the speckled bullfrog.
Scared the duck back under the tarpaulin again? Mr. Conklin, I know it's bad news for you, but let's face it. Mr. Boynton was not trying to drown me.
Not trying to drown you? But he can't do this to me. I mean, I worked so hard to be well, just to play it safe, Boynton, I'll take that oar.
But, sir, this is preposterous.
Nothing will happen in this boat as long as Osgood Conklin is here.
That's just the trouble.
Boynton, hand me that oar.
Oh, but, sir...
Very well, if you won't give it to me, I'll have to wrest it from you. Release that oar, Boynton. Give it.
Oh, good gosh. There goes our only oar. Oh, we'll never find it in the dark.
Our only oar?
Yes, and heaven knows where we are on this lake. We've been drifting for an hour. We're probably miles from land by now. How are we going to get back without an oar?
Sir, frankly, I'm worried, too. There's no one else on this lake. Who knows how long we'll be out here?
And why are we all so nervous? True, this is a period of crisis, but luckily you have Osgood Conklin aboard. I shall be your captain.
We're dead. What Mr. Boynton said is right, sir. It might be days before we're rescued.
There's nothing to eat in the boat.
With a little ingenuity, Boynton, we'll find something to eat.
Don't look at me, sir. I'm indigestible.
But first, I'll run this ship the way it should be run. Mr. Boynton, you will sit fore and keep a sharp lookout for smoke on the horizon. Miss Brooks, you may sit aft and troll for small fish with a bobby pin tied on a shoelace. And I will sit here and steer the boat manually using that good old North Star as my guide.
But, sir, that's the moon you're pointing at.
And I thought it seemed a rather odd shape for a star. Well, let's try to get organized, shall we? Clear thinking is the ticket. Lacking an oar, we shall need to improvise a sail immediately. I'll need some large white garment. Miss Brooks?
You won't get a stitch from me.
Well, then, Boynton, I suggest we use your shirt as a sail.
Second the motion. And let's throw in his undershirt, too, sir. His shirt ought to do nicely.
Oh, sir, can't we wait until morning for all this?
You'll obey orders, Boynton, while I am captain of this ship.
Irons below, sir.
We can dispense with your levity, Miss Brooks. And now, before anything else, as a source of hope and inspiration, let us all bow our heads and prayerfully intone the first verse of my poem, Keep Your Head, by Osgood Conklin.
Why not let me try to swim to shore for help, sir?
But, Miss Brooks, you can't swim.
Well, there's no time like the present to learn. Say, am I imagining things, or is this boat sinking?
Sinking? Holy cow, you're right. Well, there's a leak.
A leak? Where? Good grief! Water's coming in. There is a leak. The boat's sinking. I can't swim.
I don't think this boat can last 5 minutes the way the water's coming in. Maybe much less.
Well, keep your head, Boynton. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky, boy. You'll need all your strength. All of it, every ounce of it. To tow me ashore.
Oh, you ashore? But what about me, sir? I can't swim either. And you know the tradition of the sea. The captain goes down with his ship.
Not in this ship. Grab my hair, Boynton. Don't just sit there. Keep a clear head, boy, clear. Here, grab my arm. Which arm do you want? Take your choice. Either. Oh, help me, Boynton. Help me.
Steady, sir. Let's not lose our heads.
Just think of your poem, sir. When others about you show panic and fear.
Oh, stop that idiotic balderdash! Now help me, Boynton. I have a wife and family. Miss Brooks has no wife. Nothing. Oh, save me, Boynton. Save me. Who's that? Martha! Good heavens, I see the mother of my child. My life must be flashing before my eyes.
Osgood, what on earth are you babbling about?
Martha, is that really you? How did you get out here? Are you treading water?
What for? The lake is only 3 feet deep here. Shouting, so I put on your hip boots and waded out.
It's only 3 feet deep here.
Now will you let the women and children go first?
Mrs. Conklin, just where are we now?
Oh, the cabin is just around the bend, Mr. Boynton. Now, Osgood, will you kindly explain just why my big hero suddenly went to pieces?
Went to pieces? I? Why, Martha, what a fantastic idea. Oh, I will admit I was a little upset, but it was more for the safety of Mr. Boynton and Miss Brooks than myself. My first concern was for their safety. Isn't that so, Miss Brooks?
Well, what do you say, Miss Brooks?
The next time you run Mr. Conklin's bath, be sure you throw in a life preserver.
Honest Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
Larry Burns, written by Arthur Oldsberg and Lou Derman with the music of Lud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is the American Forces Network, Europe.
If you need a vacation because you're feeling kind of blue, get some no-rinse Tide next Fourth Day. It will do the work for you. T-I-D-D Tide.
That's right. From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents the Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Ann O'Neill, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled The Flight to London, and it stars MGM's Lend-Lease comedian, Red Skelton.
Lend-Lease, should be Lend-Less.
Gee, Red, just thinking a couple of hours we'll be on our way to London.
Yeah, on our way to London.
Say, can I borrow a shirt?
Sure.
Shoes and stockings?
Have anything I got. How do you fix for portholes?
Well, Red, how do you like being in New York?
Oh, I think it's swell. You know, New York is different from Hollywood. People in Manhattan seem to be in such a hurry. They're always rushing around. But back in Hollywood, people don't seem to rush. They just lay there, try to get the license plate of the car that hit them.
Hey, did you eat lunch yet?
Yeah, I had lunch over to the automatic.
What?
Over to the automat. Well, you see, I'm a cowboy. I can't read this. I like those exclusive wrestlers, you know.
Indeed. I like to eat there, too.
Oh, you do?
know, it's fun putting a coin in the slot and opening a little glass door and taking your food out.
Yeah, when I got to the dessert, I ran out of change, so I put in a lead slug in the pie slot.
You used a lead slug?
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah, I got a piece of lead pie. What have you been doing?
Well, I rode on the subway this morning.
Oh, was it crowded?
Yeah, and I was the only one on it.
It stinks. You ought to do something about your weight, you know. It was a little embarrassing flying from California with you. Why, they had to put on an extra pair of wings on the plane. And then it had a taxi to Kansas City. But when it got to Independence, it lifted its nose and went right up. Right here. I'll put that one in.
Well, I know, Red, this isn't the proper place to bring this up, but next fall you're going on television. I was wondering whether you've got a place for me or not.
Stop licking my hand. Sure, you're going to go places. You better start or it's going to be dark before you get there.
Oh, you're sore because you didn't like the way they didn't make over you enough when you arrived in town.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
No?
No, I wouldn't.
I barely did.
You know why I wouldn't say it?
No.
I read it in rehearsal and I don't like it. Listen.
Say, Red, have you noticed the time? Our plane takes off for England in an hour, and we've got to meet Georgia and Sylvia at the airport.
Sylvia?
Yeah.
You know, I still get her name mixed up.
Yeah.
Every time I see it, I think it's saliva. See, I say things like that, and he goes home. She says, "Hello, dear." Wow.
Well, hurry up, and let's get going.
Okay, I'll be right with you. I'm going to put a quarter in the radio, and maybe we can hear Dave Rose's orchestra and his latest recording of the Syncopated Clock. did say it was a syncopated cough.
I wear the cleanest shirts in town. There isn't any doubt that all my shirts are washed with Tide, 'cause when Tide's in, dirt's out.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, ma'am. Sing it or just plain say it. Tide gives you the cleanest wash in town. The reason? Tide is the amazing miracle product that not only gets ordinary dirt out of your clothes, but also removes dulling soap film. You see, we've tested Tide in the laboratory against all kinds of soaps, and the test results are always the same. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. But millions of you women have proved that, washing and rinsing your own clothes. You've seen the Tide miracle in the cleaner clothes your children wear, your cleaner sheets and towels. You've seen how kind Tide is to your hands, too. Next wash day, be sure you use Tide, and you'll hang up the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. Any soap? Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Boy, this LaGuardia Field is sure some airport.
I'll say, really a big place. I hope all of our gang's here. Hey, look, they got a brass band down here to give me a big send-off.
I got news for you. The band's serenading San Fernando Reds. See, he's just getting on the plane there.
Ah, thank you. Lovers of serenades. These guys play like they hate Petrillo, don't they? My friends, and you are my friends. I have always said that a friend in need is a friend in debt. You'll never know what it does to me to see all you gathered here to bid me farewell. But I'm mighty happy to see all you city officials present. The police commissioner, the DA, the bunco squad. But don't worry, I'm getting out of town. Many of you may be wondering why I'm leaving this country. It is not because I expected to be arrested. It's not because I was running over city funds. It ain't that serious. I'm just plain being deported, that's all. The purpose of this trip to go abroad is to report to you fellow Americans just what's coming off in Europe. And when I get to Paris, I'll go to that Folies Bergère every night. This is not a political trip. My expenses are not being paid by you taxpayers. This is money I stole myself. Just remember, I was born a poor boy, and I will die poor. But in between, I'm going to be as rich as I know how. I see that there are some of the gentlemen from the press and the ladies from the press.
Your Honor, I'm a reporter from the New York Bugle.
Oh, blow.
Now, really, my paper supported you in the last election.
Your editor thinks I'm the man for the office, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed. He has pictures of you all over the walls of his padded cell.
There's nothing like having a voter nuts about you.
Have you
stand on the crime situation in this country?
Crime don't pay. Take it from me, crime does not pay. I know. I barely made expenses last year.
Well, there goes San Fernando Red.
Say, I wonder where Georgia and your wife Sylvia is. I keep saying that because her kids are spitting in each other.
Well, stop worrying, Red. They've got a half hour yet.
Yeah.
Say, look at that quaint little couple coming this way.
Yeah, they look English. Look at him. What a strange place to wear a monocle and the hole in his head.
I say, old thing.
I am not the thing.
Quite right. I'm Lord Chumpkin, and this is Lady Chumpkin. All to the...
Quite.
Good night, folks. We're a little late. Does she bite?
I say,
you guys really don't need money this bad, do you?
Your face, you look very, very familiar.
I carry it around with me all the time.
Tell me something. Ain't you in the cinema?
Ain't you in the cinema?
Oh, ain't you in the cinema?
Please, what's our diplomatic relation? Yes, I'm Red Skelton. Skelton.
You say you're Red Skelton?
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Amelia?
Oh, dear.
She must have come in handy during the air raid. Down, Amelia.
Hey, Red, don't look now, but isn't that Willie Lump and his wife over there?
Really, aren't you excited about going to Europe? Well, aren't you? Really, aren't you?
Oh, shut up.
Really? You snuffed at me.
Well, I'm hungry. Kick. I'm in a pretty nasty mood today. A pretty nasty mood. I got up on the wrong side of the gutter this morning.
Willie, are you sure this is the gate where we board the plane?
I am positive.
Oh, Willie, what's gotten into you?
About 6 martinis. I don't even need this plane. I can fly this trip on my own.
Now, Willie, you promised me that when we got to New York, you wouldn't touch a drop.
I didn't touch it. I drank it.
Oh, Willie, for 2 cents, I'd leave you right now.
What a time to be dead broke. You don't by any chance have a layaway plan, do you?
Willie, how dare you talk to me that way?
Oh, I like to live dangerously, you know.
Are you forgetting that I'm going to Europe because I inherited a title? I am going to be one of the nobility.
Well, so what? People have said I had no ability for a long time.
I'll be known as Lady Lump.
Lady Lump? What is that, a mythical title? You know what this means, don't you? You will have to shave off your mustache.
Billy,
Yes?
with my royal title, I'll also inherit a castle and a good deal of money. And if I die, it all goes to you. Billy, you're not listening to me. What's on your mind?
Arsenic. That's the name of this sketch. Arsenic and old Joe. Come on, let's get aboard.
Stop fidgeting. The gang will show up on time.
I hope so.
Say, I wonder who that guy is crouched behind those bushes over there. Why, it's Cauliflower McTugg, the punchy fighter that's always hearing bells and birds. Hiya, Cauliflower.
Not so loud, boy. Not so loud. Hurry. Jump behind the duck blind with me. A flock of them are going to come in for a land, and I'm getting ready to shoot them. I'm going to shoot every one of them. I'm sick and tired of listening at them. Boys. I'm going to shoot them.
Cauliflower, are you nuts? There aren't any duck around here.
Look, here they come. Look what you done. Now you scared them away. Get them when I had the beat on them.
Those weren't ducks. Those were jet planes. Didn't you see the fire shooting out of their tails?
Oh, I thought somebody put too much salt on them. Hey, I wonder who could be phoning me at this hour.
Cauliflower, get hold of yourself.
Well,
Get hold of yourself.
Why am I trying to sneak out?
Cauliflower, not changing the subject, but what are you doing at the airport?
Haven't you heard? I'm going to fight in England. It's going to be quite an experience. I've never been knocked out with a British accent, you know.
Well, do you think you'll like it? It's awfully foggy in England.
Yeah, I just feel right at home. I've been living in a fog all my life. But boy, a flock of them flew over that time. Say, I'm flying over there, you see. Personally, I'd rather walk. I love to walk, you see, because ever since I started fighting, I so seldom am on my feet.
Well, you can't walk to England. Do you know how far away it is?
Well, it can't be too far. I can hear Big Ben awful plain.
Well, tell me, who are you going to fight in England?
Oh, a pretty good boy, the title holder. Got plenty rugged. They call him Bonnie Prince Charlie.
Bonnie Prince Charlie? He's only 2 years old.
Well, I still think I can take him. Say, if you got 2 bits on you, I want to tip this boy here.
What boy? I don't see any boy.
Well, this guy carries my bag, then, Keen. He keeps standing in back of me, rattling keys, so I won't forget to tip him. But it's a funny thing.
What?
Every time I turn around, he's never there.
You know, one of these days they're going to come after you with a butterfly net.
You think I'm punchy, huh? Don't you kid yourself, boy. I'm not punchy at all. But the public demands it. You should see the guy I room with, that boy Tucker, boy. Nothing's going to save him, because he's really going this time. Every Saturday, he takes his motorboat, and he ties it on the back of his trailer, and he goes 10 miles up to a lake. And then all day long, he goes in that motorboat, to and fro. Then when he comes home at night, he's sopping wet.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He ain't got no motorboat. I know. I went fishing in it the other day.
How much, driver?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Rose. Your music has kept us kids alive for years.
The public demands it.
You know, Mr. Rose, the one I liked the best was the medley from Annie Get Your Gun.
hate to wash dishes, then you're gonna love Tide.
Well, I really hate to wash dishes, especially having my hands in that greasy water.
Then, lady, you are going to love Tide. Because when Tide's in your dishpan, greasy water is out. Not only does Tide cut grease amazingly, it seems to make grease disappear completely. That sudsy water stays so fresh and pleasant, your hands will love it. And Tide's mighty kind to your hands, too.
Yes, but I still hate all the time dishwashing takes.
Lady, you're going to love Tide on that score, too, because Tide saves you time. You see, you don't have to wipe dishes with Tide. Just rinse them, and they drain dry. Yes, and they're sparkling clean. Cleaner than any soap will get them, with no soap film to dull them.
Say, I guess I am gonna love Tide.
Well, you just try it. You'll soon see how much easier, quicker, and pleasanter dishwashing can be. Remember,
if you hate to wash dishes, then you're gonna love Tide.
Look who's getting out of that cab, Junior and his mother.
Come on, Mummy. Run.
Don't rush me, Junior. I have to pay the cab driver. Besides, we have plenty of time to catch our plane.
I'm not thinking about the plane. I'm thinking about our lives. I put a 6-inch firecracker under that taxi driver's seat, and it's got a short fuse on it.
Let's say that again, kid. You put what where?
Hey! I put that there. Come on, Mummy, let's get out of here while he's still got his head caught in the glove compartment.
Junior, really? How could you do such a thing?
Oh, did you really want to know? Well, I happen to have another 6-inch firecracker. I mean, I'll just show you. Here.
Give me that firecracker!
Look out. The fuse is letting it short. Throw it away.
Oh, good heavens!
Lady, not in my lap. No!
Well, of all the nerve. A grown man running around in his shorts.
That does it.
No.
There, Junior. Now, how did you like that?
You have done better. Why do you always spank me so much?
In public, Junior, I don't know why I don't just...
Well, Lorene, Junior.
Run for your life. One is broke loose from the herd. Something, you big pile of flab, you.
Junior, why do you call me a big fat slob?
The public demands you. I'm a name dropper, that's right.
Well, folks, you'd better hurry and get on that plane.
Oh, yes, and to make sure we get there. Junior, get in!
No, not again. Here.
The plane's ready to leave. I better run.
But don't run so fast. You should see the way I'm bouncing around inside this portable dog cage. I knew I would wind up behind bars sooner or later.
Well, Red, everyone's aboard but Georgia.
Yeah. I'll have to make the trip without her. I better get on the plane. George will have to catch the next flight out.
Well, I'll see that she gets on it, Red. Bon voyage.
Oh, I didn't know you spoke Spanish.
I'll know you'll be a big success at the London Palladium.
Oh, I better be. Or they'll start throwing soggy tea bags at me.
Gee, I hate to see you go.
Yep.
Sure gonna miss you.
Yep. This is our last program of the season,
Yeah.
too, you know. That's my time! I'll...
Hey, Red, the plane's starting to taxi off. Run, Red,
Hey,
run!
stop that plane! I'm Red Skelton. I gotta get out of town. Hey! Me and my big mouth and speeded it up.
Hurry up, Red. You're gonna miss it.
I caught up with it.
Well, should have brought my overcoat along. My sleeping bag is going to get pretty cold riding piggyback all the way to England on the tail of this plane. Come on, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's Red Skelton.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you on behalf of Procter & Gamble and the entire cast for allowing us to come into your living rooms every Sunday night. As you know, this is our last show of the season, and next season will be on in your living room via television, and perhaps radio, too. Again, thanks a lot, and we hope that we haven't said or done anything to offend you, and that we have respected the dignity of your home. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle, Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why...
The cleanest washing town with T-I-D-E, Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Don't forget, we'll see you all again soon on the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldbergs. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. It's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Costello, come here. What are you doing with those farmer's overalls and straw hats?
Hey, Abbott.
What?
I've been working out on my Uncle Artie Stebbins' farm, and I hope I never see the place again.
Well, what's the matter?
All I did for 2 weeks was milk cows.
That's not hard work.
No, but every time I shake hands now, I shake a finger at a time.
Look, do all your uncle's cows give milk?
Ah, cows don't give milk.
No?
You gotta take it away from them.
Why, what kind of cows are they? Holsteins?
Oh, no, they're little cows. They're Half-Steens.
No. Does he have any Jersey cows?
I don't know. I didn't see the license plate yet.
Costello, you don't know the first thing about milking a cow.
Who knows?
You don't.
I do, too. The first thing you do is gotta throw the cow on its back.
Throw the cow on its back?
Yeah.
Well, what for?
So the cream will be on top in the morning. Hey, you know my Uncle Artie Stebbins loves his cows?
He does?
He has a phonograph that plays music while you're milking the cow.
Now, don't be silly. What music could you play for a cow?
Sweet, rosy, oh, grade A.
Great, oh. Costello, never mind the cows. What else did you do on the farm?
I fed the chickens.
Yeah.
I got it in the eggs. Hey, you know something, Abbott?
What?
There was one hen out there that laid an egg weighing 14 pounds.
The hen laid an egg weighing 14 pounds? That's remarkable.
What's remarkable about it? What else could she do with it?
Look, I still can't believe that a hen could lay an egg weighing 14 pounds.
Well, I read where the mayor of New York laid a 5-foot cornerstone.
Well, look. Never mind that.
I'm a record.
Yeah, I know you are. Costello, how about the crops? Did you have anything to do with the crops?
Oh, I shot crops every night.
No. I mean your help with the planting. Did you sow the seed?
Did I what?
I said, did you sow the seed?
No, I didn't even know it was ripped.
Oh, what a dope. When I say sow, I don't mean sow, S-E-W. I mean sow, S-O-W. Sow.
So what?
So what? Sow the seed. You see, you've got to sow the seed before you reap it. You sow the seed first and reap it later.
Well, What kind of talk is that? I used to reap my seed first, and then my mother would sow it later.
When I say reap, I don't mean reap like rip when you rip. I mean reap like you reap when you sow.
Ah, when you say reap, like you reap when you rip, you don't mean rip like rip when you reap. You mean reap like you reap when you reap instead of ripping when you reap when you sow.
Now you haven't got it.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Look, Costello, what salary did you get from your uncle?
I got $3 when it don't rain.
And what did you get when it rains?
I get wet, you dope.
No. You mean that's all you got for working on the farm?
No, Abbott. He sold me a pig for $1, my uncle did.
He did?
All I got to do is feed him, and then next winter, I'll sell him for $1.
Wait a minute. You paid $1 for a pig, and after feeding him, you're going to sell him next winter for $1?
That's right.
But you can't make money that way.
But I have the use of the pig all summer.
Oh.
Hey, look, Abbott, I got the pig with me. Come here, little buddy. Come here, bud.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Costello. What's the idea of calling that pig Bud? That's my name.
I named him after you because he's a little hammy.
Now, just a minute, Costello. Now, look here. Now, let's get together. Come on.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
This is the smartest little pig you ever saw. Here, little piggy. Dance with Abbott.
Well, now, get him out of here. I'm not dancing with any pig.
What were you doing last night at the Palladium?
Well, that was my wife. Costello. Just a minute. Where did you get this pig? Did you get it out of a litter?
Yeah. What did you say?
Did you get this pig out of a litter?
Certainly not. How could a pig get into a litter? The envelope wouldn't be big enough. He couldn't even fit in the mailbox.
Oh, I know that. I know they don't have pigs in the mailbox.
No? Then why do they have litter carriers?
Let me see that pig, Costello. Well, he's a little short, isn't he?
No, he isn't short. He's just as long as the other pigs.
Costello, where do you think you're going to keep that pig? Have you got a pen for that porker?
I beg your pardon?
I say, have you got a pen for that porker?
No, but I got a porker pen.
Porker pen?
I got a porker pen.
Porker pen?
I fill it with oink.
Stop talking like an idiot and get that dirty pig out of here. I don't like swine.
You don't like swine?
No.
Then why don't you drink water? Or a glass of smoke?
Yeah, never mind.
Maybe you like a smoker and smoke it?
Never mind that. Where are you going to keep that pig?
Huh?
Where are you going to keep that pig?
Under the bed.
Under the bed? Now, that is insanitary.
Ah, the pig will get used to it. Well, I'll see you later, Abbott.
Where are you going?
I got to take the pig out for a walk.
For a walk? How in heaven's name do you walk a pig?
The same as you walk a dog. Only you keep walking. All right, buddy. Get up off that bench.
Yeah. It's you always, Mr. Smith.
Hey, Mr. Abbott, what are you doing sleeping on a park bench?
Oh, that dumb Costello brought a pig home and we got kicked out of our apartment. Now, where is that dope? Costello! Costello!
I'm over here! Now I'm over here. I was over there. I was washing my face in the wash basin.
That's not a wash basin. That's a bird bath.
No wonder those woodpeckers put these lumps on my head.
Never mind that. Where did you get that yellow beret?
Oh, that's not a yellow beret. One of those woodpeckers had a bomb sight. He dropped the name. I guess the yoke is on me.
Yeah, all right. Look, we've got to find ourselves an apartment. But first, we've got to have some breakfast.
Gotta have some breakfast?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what we do, Abbott.
What?
We'll have a little breakfast. You know what I'll do?
What?
I'll climb up the tree and I'll catch a squirrel. How's that?
A squirrel?
Yeah, we'll have that for breakfast.
Don't be silly. How could you catch a squirrel?
Ah, it's easy. I just climb up in a tree and make a noise like a nut.
Oh, please. Will you talk sense and fold up those newspapers. Will you please fold up those newspapers?
Okay, I'll fold them up.
We may need them for cover again tonight.
Not me. I'm not sleeping on any more newspapers tonight. Last night I slept under the comic section. I can get a week of sleep.
Why not?
Diet Smith kept getting me up all night to answer the phone.
All right, come on. Let's get out of the park and find a place to live.
Hey, Abbott, wait till I get a little buddy, the little pig.
Leave that pig here. Come on.
Come on, piggy. We'll go find an apartment. Hey, there's a real estate office, Abbott. Let's go in.
Okay.
Good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
I would like to rent a 3-room apartment.
You would like to rent a 3-room apartment. You'd like to rent a 3-room apartment? Oh, you mad, silly, impetuous boy, you.
All I want to do is rent an apartment.
All you want to do is rent an apartment. Why don't you ask me for a date with my wife?
Okay, but one thing at a time.
Come on, Costello. Let's try somewhere else. Hey, Costello.
What?
We'll find a phone and call up another real estate officer.
Hey, there's a grocery store over there on the corner. Come on. Good old Hollywood and Vine.
All right, let's go to the grocery store.
Pardon me, do you have a telephone?
Step aside, you two. All right, men, right this way. Forward, march. Company, halt.
Hey, what's going on here? Hey, what's the idea of these guards in the grocery store?
They're delivering a quarter of a pound of butter.
Never mind that. Get on the phone and see if you can get in this apartment.
Okay.
Hello?
Is this Finnegan, O'Brien, Flanagan, and Murphy Real Estate Company?
Huh?
I'd like to talk to Finnegan, O'Brien, Flanagan, and Murphy.
Boy, have you got the wrong number.
Hello, Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello. What are you doing in this neighborhood?
Oh, hey, Abbott, it's a lovely actress, Bessie Mae Mucho.
We're looking for a place to live, Miss Mucho.
Oh, the housing shortage is exasperating. I have an aunt who's been forced to move into a nasty old shack on the other side of the railroad track.
Railroad track?
Oh, sure, Abbott. You know what railroad tracks are. That's where the Chow Chow Troon runs on.
The Chow Chow Troon?
Oh, they wrote a song about it. The Itchison Kabuka and a Sunta Foo.
My goodness, Costello, what is that under your coat? Is that a hogue?
No, it isn't a hogue. That's a baby poo.
Miss Mucho, do you know where we can get an apartment, please?
I think Mrs. Niles has a vacancy. Well, a cheerio and a pip-pip to you.
And a cherry pie and the La Brea car pitch to you, too.
Man, come on, Costello. Let's get over to Mrs. Niles and see about that apartment. Hey, look who's coming up the street. It's our old friend Melonhead.
Hello, boy.
Hello, Mr. Melonhead. Hey, we're looking for an apartment. We got no place to live.
Well, you're just the boys I'm looking for. I've got a room for you out on my ranch. All I ask, Costello, is that you do a little work to pay for the rent.
Now, what do I have to do?
It's very simple. The first thing you do is roll out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning. You milk 20 or 30 cows, fetch a few barrels of water from the well, chop down a couple of trees for firewood, feed the chickens and goats, and bingo, you're ready for breakfast.
Could I have a little extra bowl of Wheaties?
Certainly. Now, right after breakfast, you overhaul the tractor, plow up 5 acres of ground, dig a couple of sacks of potatoes, then you run over to the barns, pitch a few tons of hay, then you skip into the orchards, pick 50 or 60 barrels of apples, sort them and crate them, you spread 3 wagon loads of fertilizer over the onion patch, and bingo, you're ready for lunch.
I'll just have a chocolate soda. I don't want to waste any time. It's much faster.
All right, fine. Now, right after lunch, Costello, you get your shovel. You dig a drainage ditch around the farm, repair all the fences, clean up the sallows, churn the butter, thresh the wheat, spray the tomatoes, prune the trees, trim the hedges, weed the cabbage patch, fill all the lanterns, bed down the cows, curry the horses, and zingo, you're ready for supper.
Gee, all I do is eat.
Now, after supper, Costello, after supper, you hitch up the buggy and take my daughter for a ride in the moonlight. She's a gorgeous, captivating redhead with lily white skin and ruby lips. You drive down the lane. You hold her hands in yours. Suddenly, the horse stops. She moves over close to you. You put your arm around her waist. She puts her head on your shoulder, and then do you know what you do?
Bingo! I'm ready for lunch.
With Carl Hoff in the orchestra, here's Amy Arnell waiting for the train to come in.
I'm waiting for the train to come in, waiting for my man to come home. I've counted every minute of each livelong day, been so melancholy since he went away. I've shed 1,000,000 teardrops or more, waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting in the depot by the railroad track, looking for the choo-choo train that brings him back. I'm waiting for my life to begin. I'm waiting for the train to come in. for the one I adore. I'm waiting in the depot by the railroad track, looking for the choo-choo train that brings him back. I'm waiting for my life to begin. I'm waiting, just waiting for the train to come in.
Well, here's Mrs. Niles' apartment building. Now, let's find out about that empty apartment. Come on.
Come on, Piggy.
Wait a minute, Costello. You can't take that pig inside.
Yeah, but I can't leave the poor little pig out here in the street. He's a stranger in town. He wouldn't have anybody to talk to.
Are you trying to tell me that pig can talk?
Oh, sure he can talk. Take it, Piggy.
Wink, this here, you Eli.
See? That's pig wax.
Oh, come on. Stop this silliness. Look, what do you want the pig for anyway?
I'm hungry, Abbott. I told me to cook it for dinner.
But if Mrs. Niles sees that pig, she won't let us have the apartment.
I'll put the pig up under the back of my clothes.
But it'll make a bulge.
On me? Who's going to notice another bulge?
Oh, all right. Let's knock on Mrs. Niles' door. Come on.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Abbott, Mr. Costello. I wasn't expecting anyone. I am not even dressed. My hair looks so fine. I have a pigtail and bag.
That's nothing. I got a pigtail and bag, too. What? I think pigtails are coming back, don't you?
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Niles, we understand you have a vacant apartment, and we'd like to rent it, please.
What? I should have Costello living in one of my apartments. Why, 10 minutes after he moved in, it would look like a pig pen. Who told you?
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Niles, Costello isn't really a bad fellow. Come.
Yes, Mrs. Niles. Everybody says I have a heart as big as a watermelon.
Yes, and you have a stomach to match.
Now, just a minute, Mrs. Niles. What right have you got to talk about my appearance? Get a load of those long ears of yours. You better stay in the house next week.
Stay in the house? What for?
It's the opening of the rabbit hunting season.
Will you stop that, Costello? Mrs. Niles, please let us have the apartment. If you do, I'll promise that Costello will make no trouble whatsoever.
Oh, very well. I'll get the keys.
Wait.
My word, what was that?
I got a little harp. I got a little frog in my crowd.
Costello, what is that sticking out in the back of your coat?
Oh, those are my ribs.
Ribs? I never saw anybody's ribs stick out like that.
Those are my spare ribs.
I don't know. There's something fishy going on here. I'll be back in a few minutes.
You see, Costello? She almost caught you. Now, you can't sneak that pig in under your coat. You know that.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Look. There's a nurse taking a baby out of that baby buggy. Maybe we can borrow the buggy. I'll speak to her. Pardon me, madam. Is that your baby?
No, this is Mrs. Mom's baby. I'm the baby's nurse.
Hi, what a beautiful baby.
Would you like to hold the baby in your arms?
Would I?
Oh!
Hey, Costello! You're not holding the baby, you're holding the nurse.
You hold what you like and I'll hold what I
Look, miss, we'd like to borrow your baby carriage.
Oh, do you have a baby?
Yes, I do. I have it on my back, under my coat.
What's the baby doing there?
He likes to ride piggyback.
I never heard of carrying a baby on your back.
Well, I'm quite Indian.
Well, I'm taking Mrs. Martin's baby upstairs now, so you can borrow the buggy. But I have to have it back in half an hour. I have to take the baby out for some more fresh air. Oh, there's nothing like fresh air to build you up.
You must have spent a lot of time in the open.
Well, I'll be seeing you boys later. Bye-bye.
All right. Hey, quick, Costello.
What?
Get the pig in the baby buggy before Mrs. Niles comes back. Come on.
Hey, I can hardly wait till we get this pig in the apartment and we can start cooking it. Boy, am I hungry.
Yeah, I can taste those pork chops now. Hey, quick, here comes Mrs. Niles. Pin that blanket up around the pig's head. Hurry up.
Okay.
Well, boys, I have the keys. Oh, who have you got there in the buggy? Mrs. Martin's baby?
Yes. We're minding him for his nurse.
Oh, I must see the little darling. Oh, my word. Look at that blanket up around the poor thing's head on a hot day like this. Well, the poor thing will be bacon.
Yes, any minute.
My, just look at the nose on that child. I don't like to gossip, but he's got a nose just like his father. Well, here are the keys to the apartment. And, Mr. Costello, I want you to remember the rules of this building. First, there'll be no cooking in the apartment.
Secondly, there'll be no noise, no parties, no dancing, no singing, no playing the radio after 9 o'clock, no loud talking, no heavy walking in the halls, and no banging doors. Do you understand that, Mr. Costello?
Yes, Mrs. Niles, but I think it's only fair to warn you that my corduroy pants squeak a little.
Come on, Costello, let's get to the apartment.
I'll see you boys later.
Well, Costello, got a nice hot fire going in the fireplace. Now, hand me that knife, and we'll get the pig ready for the bottom. Come on. All right, Costello, grab the pig, and let's get it over with.
Abbott, we can't kill this little pig.
Why not?
Look at the way he's looking at us with his little brown eyes. Gee, Abbott, did you hear that? Abbott.
What?
He said that,
Costello, watch out. Look out.
He slipped out of my arms.
Well, where'd he go?
I think he ran under the bed.
Well, crawl under the bed and get him out.
Okay.
Hey, what was that?
I think I knocked over my piggy bank. Come on out here, Piggy. Hey, Piggy. Hey, little Piggy.
Oh, my goodness. Who is it?
It's me, Mrs. Niles.
Oh.
Holy smoke! We gotta hide the pig again, Abbott. Where will we hide it?
Wait a minute. Put him in the dresser drawer.
Boys, open the door.
Just a minute, Mrs. Niles. We're dressing.
Yeah, hurry up, Costello, and get that pig in the drawer.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, but look at that. Isn't that cute? He's trying to get into my pajamas.
Darn that pig. Coming, Mrs. Niles.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Niles.
Don't hello me.
Goodbye, Mrs. Niles.
What's all the squealing and noise going on in here?
We were just rehearsing a play.
What play?
Pygmalion.
Oh, my goodness, look.
What's the matter with Mrs. Niles?
Those pajamas.
What about them? They're mine.
They're crawling out of the dresser drawer.
They're still mine. That's why I quit wearing them. They always crawling up on me.
Mr. Costello, I demand to know what you have in that drawer.
Well, Mrs. Niles, I guess we might as well confess. We became so attached to Mrs. Martin's little baby that we thought we would keep it here for a while.
Oh, now isn't that sweet?
I thought it was cute.
Yes, but you better take him back so Mrs. Martin won't worry.
Wait.
My goodness, that sounded like a pig.
Oh, no, that was the baby. He has too much iron in his blood.
Iron?
Yeah, pig iron.
Oh, I see it all now. You do have a pig in that drawer. Why, of all the nerves. How dare you bring a pig into this apartment? Here, give me that pig. I'm throwing it out of here this minute.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Niles. You can't throw my pig out. He's all I have left in the world. When everyone else scorns me, I can always tell my troubles to my little pig.
You give me that dirty pig. I'll get rid of him in a hurry.
Wait. Mrs. Niles, please wait. I can't throw this little pig out now.
And why not?
Didn't you hear what the little pig called you?
No. What?
Mother.
This is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading orchestras. Of course, we'll touch on other topics, too, and right now sit back and enjoy the best of Groucho. Say, Fenneman, tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is name, N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in The Best of Groucho, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
December 1945. World War II has ended. In Moscow, the foreign ministers of the Big Three meet in an attempt to solve the mounting international problems that threaten the peace. 3, and only 3, American newsmen are admitted to the Soviet capital, especially to cover this historic conference. One of these 3 is Leon Pearson. Moscow, 1945, and Moscow again in 1947. Rome, 1948, for the crucial Italian elections. Germany, 48, flying the cargo route on the Berlin airlift. Leon Pearson, holder of the Legion of Honor for objective reporting, a man with a first-hand knowledge of history, is typical of the top NBC newsmen who broadcast news on the hour. This is Chet Huntley inviting you to be with us as the news breaks on News on the Hour, all day, every day, over most of these same NBC stations.
Sanita Pelkey is waiting to talk to you now, and her partner is a special guest, one of the best-known names in the world of bridge, Mr. Charles Gorin. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide it up. This isn't going to be easy, this next one.
I didn't expect you'd say hello to me, Groucho. When
I have no intention of saying hello to you. In fact, you can leave now, as far as I'm concerned. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. And, brother, that isn't all you have. Mr. Gorin, I'm glad to see you.
Thank you. I'm glad I was noticed at long last.
That's the last time I'll look at you tonight. Mr. Gorin, I'm impressed having you up here. Your name is a household word among millions of bridge players. But don't let that go to your head, Mr. Gorin, because Drano is a household word, too. Now then, what kind of pinochle do you play?
As a matter of fact, I was weaned on pinochle.
You were?
That was my first game.
Is that so? We used milk in our house. Well, we'll cross that bridge after I tilt with this little tootsie over here, huh? What is it?
Sanita.
Oh, Sanita. Well, that's a very pretty name, and you're a very pretty girl.
Does your name have any translation?
Well, Groucho, it means health or healthy or something like that.
I picked the right name for you, Sanita. If I ever saw anyone who was bursting with health, this is it. How do you account for this large amount of beauty and health?
Well, Groucho, I think it's sports and good eating habits.
You mean a lot of sports have filled you up with a lot of food? Is that it?
Well,
what are some of your good eating habits? Can you eat peas with a knife?
No, but I eat liver and yogurt for breakfast every morning.
What a schweinerei, huh? Yogurt and liver? Mm-hmm. You know, it's bad enough to have to get up in the morning and look at the morning paper without having to stare at yogurt and liver besides. Why do you eat yogurt and liver?
Well, Groucho, yogurt and liver have a lot of B vitamins, and most people lack B vitamins.
You don't lack anything, kid. I'll come back to you very quickly. I'll call you Tommy, is that right?
Well, it's all right, except that if you call me Charlie, I'm more apt to answer to it, because that happens to be my name.
Oh, Charlie, huh? Well... You said yogurt and liver, and that's the secret word. So you get $50, and Tiny Tim gets $50. Charlie, you look very familiar. Did we ever meet before?
Yes, we did, a great many years ago, and I don't want to reveal the length of time it's been.
Oh, I don't mind.
You don't?
I've lost her anyhow.
What do you remember I'll Say She Is?
Yes, I do. I'm still using the jokes from I'll Say She Is. Were you in that show? Were you a chorus boy in that show?
No, but my favorite partner was a chorus girl in one of your later shows, Coconuts.
Is that so?
Her name now is Helen Silbel. She's the greatest woman bridge player in the world. But at that time, her name was...
She was a chorus girl in the Coconuts?
She was a chorus girl in the Coconuts.
Well, how did we meet? I don't remember. Did you come backstage to see your
I was supposed to teach you and your brothers. to play bridge.
Oh. Well, what happened?
Well, I mentioned in passing right at the start that bridge was played with a deck consisting of 52 cards, at which point you rose and said that's as much as you could absorb in one lesson and out you went.
Well, it's true. I can't concentrate that long. The only game I like to play is Old Maid. Providing she isn't too old. Where are you from, Chuck?
Well, you might
Charlie?
say I'm from Philadelphia.
What did you do there?
Well, I received my elementary education there, and when I left Philadelphia long enough to go up to Canada to get further education, and I was indiscreet enough to study law, and I became a lawyer.
And then you went back to Philadelphia, and you were a Philadelphia lawyer, huh? Well, is it true what they say about Philadelphia lawyers?
I don't know. What do they say about Philadelphia lawyers?
He's a Philadelphia lawyer, all right. How old are you, Charlie?
I'm 56.
56. How long have you been married?
I haven't been married yet, but I haven't given up hope.
How about a romance with Sanita here?
Well,
Wouldn't you like to marry her?
I certainly would, any minute. But I have an idea she has one or two boyfriends lurking in the wings.
How old are you, Sunit? I'll call you Sunit, huh?
Sonny,
Sonny?
21.
Married?
No.
Do you play bridge?
No, I don't. I play gin rummy and Chinese checkers.
Chinese checkers you play?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to forget gin rummy and Chinese checkers and learn to play a real game?
Yes.
How would you like to learn to play from the world's greatest authority?
Well, I'd like Mr. Gorin to teach me bridge very much.
Who's talking about Gorin? What's more important, who's talking about bridge? Sanita, I pride myself on being able to guess occupations. I've been doing it so long. And I'd say offhand that you're a differential calculus teacher at Caltech. Is that right? Is that right?
No, Groucho.
You're not?
No. I'm a dancer and a showgirl at the Moulin Rouge.
Moulin Rouge? Well, that's a very fine place. What do you do there?
Well, I actually walk around with an hour-shaped figure dress.
You just walk around? This is your entire occupation?
At the present, yes.
An hourglass dress, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Must be the early part of the hour, huh? Sunita, have you done any modeling?
Yes, I have, Groucho.
Mm-hmm. You won any contests?
Yes, that also. I've been Miss New York State this year in the Miss Universe pageant, and I've been Miss Smiles, Miss St. George, Miss National Salami, Miss Potato Salad.
You were Miss National Salami? Well, is that anything like Miss Potato Salad? Or did you get them both together?
No, they were separate.
All you needed was
contests.
coffee, huh? Well, what was this? You say you were Miss National Salami. Have you ever hung in a delicatessen window? Well, Charlie, besides marking cards and dealing from the bottom of the deck, just what do you do to keep busy?
Well, I've got lots to do to keep me busy. I have a daily column that I write for about 200 papers around the country. I usually have a book that I'm revising. I've recently taken on the bridge feature of Sports Illustrated magazine.
Oh. Well, what is your latest book called?
It's called Contract Bridge Complete. That is the new Contract Bridge Complete.
Yeah. Have you ever had a perfect hand,
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I had it in the days, I had it rather as a
When you
meal.
were going with that chorus girl, you mean?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it was before that time. There was a type of game we called goulash. So I
really?
actually had it in the
Well,
meal.
there's a Hungarian in the audience here tonight. And at the word of goulash, he starts frothing at the mouth, and you got to be very careful.
Well, I have to be careful to tell him I had 13 clubs in one hand and never got a chance to bid.
How come?
Because it was up to 7 spades before it got round to me.
Now, is this clear to you? Well, Sunita, you've heard a lot about bridge. Now, be honest. Which do you prefer, bridge or Chinese checkers?
I think I still like Chinese checkers.
Why?
Well, Groucho, it only takes 2 people to play it, and...
Sunita, I happen to know another game that you can play. Well, suppose some evening I called on you, Sunita, and I warn you, I know nothing about Chinese checkers. Now, what would we do?
Well, Groucho, you have a large board, and it's full of holes. And each man...
You're describing me like a piece of Swiss cheese.
Each man has 10 marbles, and the object of the game is to get your marbles on the other side of the board before you do.
Look, if I called on you some evening and I spent all my time playing Chinese checkers, you can be sure of one thing. I've certainly lost all my marbles. Well, it's been fun having Mr. Bridge on the show tonight, to say nothing of having Miss National Salami. Let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, you selected as your category salami and potato salad.
Groucho, at this point, I'd like to beg leave to check out and give my position to some young, deserving man that might improve his state in life.
That's very nice. Now, is there a deserving young man in the audience? Is there a sailor or a soldier or somebody that could come up here and pinch hit? What about an usher? Come on, Kovacs, get on your feet there. Will you?
If I'd known that, I'd have stayed.
We won't keep any. We won't win anything. I'll see to that, huh?
Well, Groucho, if Ernie Kovacs is coming up here, I think we'd better pause while we have a chance and take care of some important business. We'll be back in just 1 minute to continue You Bet Your Life.
Say, that a new record? Yeah, here, I'll play it again for you. Let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. Interesting. What's on the flip side? Here, I'll put it on.
Yes, let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. Mrs. Grass's vegetable noodle soup, for instance. What a soup mix. You get all the hearty richness of sun-ripened garden vegetables in Mrs. Grass's vegetable noodle soup. Mrs. Grass blends them all with sunny tomato flavor, and then she adds her famous buttery, tender egg noodles. Mrs. Grass does all the hard kitchen work. You just put some water on to boil, open that yellow box, and in minutes you can serve delicious vegetable noodle soup. You just let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house.
What's the name of that record? It's called Music to Make Soup By.
Ernie, I'm glad to see you, huh? This is Mr. Gorin, Mr. Kovacs.
I never thought I'd have the honor of having such a distinguished stand-in.
Miss Pelkey. Miss Pelkey, Mr. Kovacs. And Mr. Fenneman.
Never mind Fenneman.
Okay, well, I'll mind Fenneman. You watch.
Thank you.
Now, you selected as your category hieroglyphics. Is that right?
What? I was sitting up there. I don't know.
Your partner here selected Mother Goose Rhymes. She figured this would be something that... All right, I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss two in a row...
Liver and yogurt?
Now, if you get 4 in a row right, it'll be a miracle. That's all I can say. Now, Ernie, if you win any money, what are you going to do with it?
No, I have a very pet organization of mine. This is the Save the Children Federation that I have.
Well, don't you regard Sunita as a pet?
No? Well, I mean, if you want to double the money, we can split it with the kids and Sunita.
Did you see him in Madball? Pretty funny in that, huh? Well, if you see it around and you haven't seen it, go see it because he's wonderful in it. It's a very funny picture. Are you ready?
When?
Here we go around the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, mulberry bush. Tell me when we do it. When do you go around the mulberry bush?
Early in the morning.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's cold and frosty.
I didn't even know
morning.
that, to be honest with you. I didn't know that.
Well, you don't have to be honest with me. You never have up to now.
You have one right. Thanks. You bet.
Don't you like that cryptic dialogue, huh? What did little Jack Horner pull out of his Christmas pie in addition to his thumb?
A plum.
I'd rather not say.
Plum. She knew.
Oh, plum.
Hey, she's making a plum out of you.
A plum, that's right.
Plum.
You now have 2 right.
Yeah. We now have 2 right.
Yeah. Who went to see Silver Buckles at his knee?
That's a darn good question.
Yes, it is, huh?
Anybody out there know that?
Hello out there.
Do you know this? Let's try. What's the one with the pussycat and the boots and all that jazz?
That comes much later, huh?
Oh, right.
Well, this was Bobby Shafto.
Ooh.
Bobby Shafto. I think he's an agent. He handles some
Is this the answer, Bobby Shafto?
On the square.
I've never heard of this in my life.
Yeah. Me either.
Have you?
Now, in what rhyme?
You have one wrong now.
I know that.
He's afraid. He's a kind of a sadistic mind he has.
First time he smiled when we got one wrong, too, I think.
Looks like he's going to do plenty of laughing here tonight. In the rhyme, 1, 2, buckle my shoe. What rhymes with 9, 10?
Big fat head.
Two right, right?
One wrong, one right. No, you go back. You see, you go back.
All right, now this is a cinch.
Yeah.
Some like peas porridge hot, some like it cold. Now, how do the others like it?
In a pot, 9. You want to take
Days
it?
old.
That's very, very
How many have we got right now?
Two right.
Two right.
Two right.
Why did Pussycat go to London? Seems kind of silly for it.
Is this any particular pussycat?
Pussycat, where
to see the Jack of Spades or the Queen. It was the Queen.
That's
the Queen,
right?
Yeah. The Queen.
You now have 3 right.
Is it right? If it's not right, I retract it.
Yeah.
No, it's right.
It's right. I stand.
Now, here comes the coup de grace. This knocks you flat.
In front of all these people?
Yes. Now, who saw Cock Robin die?
Wait a minute. Let's be careful. Let's not rush into this, shall we? It was. Does it have wings and 6 legs?
I know that. That's a garbage wagon. Who saw Cock Robin die?
I'm going to see if he has anything in his face when I do little hints. He smiled, but he's tricky.
I'm smiling your stupidity.
I said the fly with my little eye.
That's right. The fly is right. You don't have to go any further.
With my eye.
You've won this,
You got
girl.
4 in a row. You won $1,000.
Now, you've won this girl and $1,000.
Name.
I was out in the audience. Thank you very much.
It's dishonest, but since this is counterfeit money, we don't care. It's $50 for you. You've got 100 now, and 50 for you.
Thank you. Great.
Now,
Thank you very much.
It's all fake. Now, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000.
What president was this? Jim Clinton.
He made coats for the Army and Navy. You may even get a chance at $10,000, Ernie. So go over there and sit down.
I wouldn't know what to do with it. Oh, I sit down with her?
With Sunita.
Okay.
And think it over. And if I don't see you later, I'll get in touch with Edie.
And that means Sanita Pelkey and Ernie Kovacs can risk half of their winnings to try for $10,000. We'll get their decision in just a moment.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
If you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
I'm Bill Holden, folks, and what I have to say is aimed at me as much as you. We live in a beautiful area, and it's up to us to keep it that way. Keep it clean. Let's face it, if we're not litter bugs, there won't be any litter. So let's work together to make our roads, parks, beaches, and streets the cleanest in the world. It's up to you and me.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
if you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
George, who's going to try for the $10,000?
Sanita Pelkey and Ernie Kovacs are coming back.
Now, you won $1,000. Now, if you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with $500. What are you going to do?
You wouldn't want to give us a hint on the question.
No.
All right. No, we don't want to fool around with that. Well, the kids' money. See, now it's not my money anymore. You see, it's not mine, and she doesn't want to fool around with hers.
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, that's your privilege. Congratulations, and thanks for being on the show. You bet your life.
The Best of Groucho is transcribed in Hollywood, produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jack Meakin. 2 weeks from tonight, Groucho returns to begin his 13th year of You Bet Your Life. Don't miss the first of the new fall series of You Bet Your Life 2 weeks from tonight. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see The Best of Groucho on NBC TV every Thursday night. The Best of Groucho is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane and Ben Grauer broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, the program designed to help you design a more beautiful home, tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Well, sir, it's about 6:45 o'clock as we enter the small house halfway up the next block now. The evening meal has been over only a little while, and here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Cook and her son, Mr. Rush Cook. Listen.
Is your father still in the kitchen?
I guess so. Unless he went down to the basement.
Vic!
He may try to run out on you.
I'm all ready to show you this now. Come on. What'd you say?
I say maybe he'll try to run out on you.
Why?
He don't care much about looking at photograph albums.
Did he tell you that?
He hinted along them lines in the kitchen just now. He says, well, buckle up your courage, Dr. Sleech. We got to go look at all Razorscums relations.
Well, he was only acting smart. Everybody likes to look at pictures.
I'm not so sure about that.
Don't you like looking at pictures?
Well, yes and no. I enjoy looking at pictures of myself pretty fair. And when times are dull, I just as soon kill a few minutes looking at pictures of people I'm acquainted with.
Well, this photograph album's got pictures of people you're acquainted with in it.
Who?
Mr. and Miss Razorscum, Miss Razorscum's brother from Hudson and his little boy, and Mr. Razorscum's cousin with the oblong head that visits at Christmas and New Year's.
These two pictures in front are Mr. and Miss Razorscum when they got married, ain't they?
Yeah.
Let's get on over to the second page.
No, we'll wait for your father. And we're not going to rush through either.
I don't see what kick you get out of looking at a gang of individuals you don't know.
I know Mr. and Miss Razorscum.
Well, you don't know their relations.
I don't know about their relations. Miss Razorscum explained about every picture in here this afternoon.
Peculiar I never inherited that feature.
What feature?
The feature of getting a thrill out of looking at a crowd of strangers you never
Hurry up
seen.
and slap out a picture of Razorscum's Uncle Albert. I can't stand this train a minute longer.
Gov's all set to jolly you.
Gov will jolly me out the wrong side of his mouth.
Hello there, Mildred. Hello there, Adams. I didn't know you people were still in the city.
Sit down here on the Davenport.
Yeah, you bet. So this is Razorscum's Uncle Honk and Lance Slide, huh? Turn over to the next page.
This is Charlie and his wife the day they got married.
Oh, really? I thought it was a dish of mashed potatoes. Charlie and his wife the day they got married, huh? Well. Turn over.
Listen, we're not going to race through this photograph album. We're going to enjoy each separate picture.
Oh, we've had a good look at this first one, Mom. Can't we turn the page? And
I'll take care of this, please. Vic, see the wedding suit Charlie's got on?
Yeah, speech. Turn over.
That suit cost $75. It was the most expensive suit worn by anybody in Harriet, Wisconsin in the year 1922. It was made special by the best tailor in East Orange, New Jersey.
Did Ma Razorscum give you the history of every photograph in this album?
Oh, she told me interesting little trash about every picture, sure.
How many pictures are there?
I don't know.
An awful fat book, but there's at least 50 pages.
We'll be here till morning if we have to spend a lot of time with each one.
You got something else you want to do?
Oh, not particularly.
Well, then settle yourself comfortable and try to do the civilized thing.
Civilized thing is to wear my eyes to the bone looking at Razorscum's relations, huh?
This suit cost $75. Most expensive suit worn in Harriet, Wisconsin in the year 1922. Was made special by the best tailor in East Orange, New Jersey.
Name Kennedy?
What?
Was the tailor's name Kennedy?
I don't know what his name was.
I bet it was Kennedy. The reason I think it was Kennedy is because I know a fella from East Orange, New Jersey, that got hung for murder. And he wanted to look nice at the execution, so the state hired a tailor named Kennedy to take his measurements and fix him up with a handsome suit, complete with bell-bottom pants and pinch-back coat with silk lining and smart patch pockets.
You through with your little speech?
Yeah.
You want to see these or don't you?
No.
And Miss Razorscum with her own hands insists on making a poultice for your chest when you got a cold.
I love Mrs. Razorscum better than life itself, but by Josh, gonna turn over face later.
Now this is Charlie's cousin with the oblong head taken when he was 26. Recognize him, Rush?
No.
You do, too.
I don't either.
Now, don't you start getting smarty, mister.
I'm not getting smarty. I don't recognize that fella.
Well, look at the oblong head.
I recognize the oblong head, say.
Yeah, so does Rush. He just wants to be obstinate.
No, I don't. Lots of individuals got oblong heads.
Well, you never seen anybody with an oblong head as oblong as Mr. Razorscum's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
No.
All right, then. Oh, here on the next page is a cousin without any neck.
Eh?
Sure.
Let's see him up close.
Well, I better hold the album. Scrub my hands especially. See, this velvet takes smudges easy and they're hard to get off.
This guy's got no neck.
Well,
he's wearing a collar.
I can't help that.
Well, how can a guy wear a collar if he's got no neck?
Search me. I'm only passing along Miss Razorscum's information. This is Charlie's cousin Dunk, she says. He's got no neck. I expect she knew what she was talking about. She said, this fella's got no neck, and you can have the information for what it's worth.
I'd say it's worth about $9.25.
Vernon Stover.
Hey.
He's got an oblong head, too.
Oblong heads run in the Razorscum family. There was one relation, been dead many years now, had a head so oblong it was almost shaped like a banana.
Picture of him in here?
No.
They would leave out pictures of interesting people. I enjoy seeing a fellow with a head like a banana.
This Vernon Stover, Vic, run for mayor at one time.
Did he indeed?
Almost got it.
What city?
I forget.
New York.
Oh.
Chicago, Detroit, Cincinnati, New Orleans.
No, I forget. Now, this next picture must be, Miss Razorscum told me interesting things about everybody in here. Who'd she say this was?
Charlie Urquhart.
Ray Bierman.
Lieutenant Slattery Giebel.
Montgomery J.
Oh,
Henry.
I know. Miss Razorscum's music teacher.
She's got no oblong head.
Why should she have, silly? No relation.
Oh.
How do you like them fancy nose glasses?
I like them fine. Is Miss Razorscum a musician? What'd she take lessons on?
Piano, but nothing come of it. See, she's colorblind.
Colorblind?
Well, you knew Miss Razorscum was colorblind.
Well, what's being colorblind have to do with her not being able to play the piano?
Well, what does it, foolish?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Think a second.
Oh, be a sport and tell me the answer.
A colorblind person can't play the piano because how would they distinguish between the white keys and the black keys? Piano keys all look alike to a person that's colorblind.
Oh, sure.
Mom, I don't think white and black make any difference to colorblind people. White and black ain't
Now, the
colors.
next page here is Lyman Trivet.
No, Lyman.
Mom, colorblind people can tell white from black as easy as you can. It's red and green and purple and junk that stumps them.
Is it? This Lyman Trivet could stick himself with a pin and it wouldn't hurt.
I bet he was in great demand at fashionable parties.
Homer Starchley.
Did you memorize all these names?
Oh, some of them just happened to stay in my noodle. Eldred Tyson, or Bryson, I guess it is. Yeah, Bryson. He shot a lion.
Let's see one.
Now, watch out for your hands. All you have to do is look at velvet and make smudges.
He shoot the lion in Africa?
Zoo.
Zoo?
Yeah, and got arrested for it. He was a shy, retiring man. Didn't have any gumption. His friends made fun of him. He was so timid. So he took a rifle out to the zoo and shot a lion. Just so he could say he done it, see. Changed his whole disposition. Instead of hiding in corners, he went swaggering around hollering, I shot a lion. I shot a lion.
Lion die?
I'll say the lion died. Killed right over.
How long did they keep Brother Bryson in jail?
Quite a while, I guess. His papa had to buy the zoo another lion, and lions cost money.
Wonder how much.
Oh, here's somebody it's easy to tell is a Razorscum.
Oblong head?
Sure.
Oblong head really stands out when an individual is bald, don't it?
Yes. I forget this fellow's name.
Razorscum.
Yeah, Razorscum, but I mean his first name. Paul, maybe.
Pete, maybe.
Joe, maybe.
Art, maybe.
William, maybe.
Maybe.
Paul, I think. Here's a good one. Cecil Freemer and his tall horse.
Tall horse? Yeah.
Supposed to be the tallest horse ever born in Harriet, Wisconsin. Run like lightning. Pretty, ain't he?
Yeah.
He's got an oblong head. Wonder if he belongs to the Razorscum family.
Ha ha. Agnes Limely.
Hmm.
Married Charlie's oldest brother.
Hmm.
Edna Lawrence and Bolivar Scratch.
Hmm.
Acrobats at one time.
Hmm.
Philip H. Stingy.
Kiddo, how many pictures are there in the book?
Oh, I'm sure. I don't know.
We'll riffle through the pages once and let's get an idea.
You in a hurry to go someplace?
No, but go ahead. Riffle through the pages once.
Mm-hmm. Quite a few.
Holy smoke. Must be 600.
So which?
Well, do we have to look at all of them?
Yes.
And hear a 5-minute lecture on each one?
Yes.
Wait till I tighten my belt and wipe off my forehead.
How about me bringing in a pitcher of cold water?
Fine.
All right. This fellow on the next page here is Melvin Razorscum. See his oblong head?
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica, famous laxative, and Minute Rub, modern chest rubs, brings you Duffy.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Charles Coburn. Charles Coburn. Now, Duffy, don't hang up. So 1 week it ain't a dame. Huh? How's business? We're running ahead of yesterday. Huh? We were closed yesterday. Well, you know, Duffy, the lifting of the dim out has hurt us. Well, nobody walks in here by mistake no more. You know, Duffy, I was thinking, though, you know what we need here is a front man. A front man. Well, look, when a customer comes in here, what's the first thing he thinks about? Right, about leaving. So, we got to have a front man to block the door. And this Coburn would be a natural for the job. Yeah, you ought to see the front the guy his job? Well, we would expect him to go up to the customers and inquire, for instance, how they like the place here. Huh? Duffy, who's going to hit a guy his age? Well, look, Duffy, I'm very busy now. Yeah, very busy. I'll call you back. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's. Come on in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Johnny Johnston, Paul Weston and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Charles Coburn, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Okay, Eddie. Excuse me. Hello? Duffy, will you stop bothering me with these phone calls? Well, I told you I'm busy. Listen, I am doing something very important. Goodbye. Okay, Eddie, deal out the card.
Okay, Miss Archer. Boy, this is a wonderful game. What'd you say was the name of it?
It's called Jim Rummy. Named after that famous gambler, you know, Diamond Jim.
Diamond Jim? I thought you thought this game was called Gin Rummy.
You're thinking of Eli Whitney. The guy that invented the cotton gin. It's a great game, ain't it, Eddie?
Yes, great game. It's very educational. How much do you owe me now so far?
Let's see. You gimmed me 4 times at 3,000 points. Times it by 7 is 21,000. 21,000 plus 10,000 for boxes is 32,000 multiplied by 4. That's an even dollar. Okay, here's the buck.
Okay, I quit.
Eddie, you can't quit a winner.
How should I quit, a loser?
Well, at least strike it gently.
How's that?
Give me back the buck.
After all, I learned you the game, don't forget.
Archie.
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
There's Charles Coburn who's coming down here tonight.
What about him?
Why don't you ever have anyone like Robert Taylor or Tyrone Power to meet me?
Tyrone Power or Robert Taylor to meet you. Look, Miss Duffy, when you got steak at home, you don't go out to eat hash. Besides, we ain't running no matrimonial brewery. And further, besides, to attract guys like Tyrone Power down here, there's got to be sex appeal.
And what is sex appeal? Nothing but sheer, plain animal attraction.
Oh, animal attraction. Miss Duffy, have you ever been to Earl Carroll's?
Yes.
Did you ever see crowds like that at the zoo? Anyways, I thought you was all through with men since Breckenridge Hansen fella busted your engagement.
He didn't bust the engagement. It was by mutual agreement.
Mutual agreement, huh?
Yes. He said he was through with me, and I agreed not to bother him anymore. And I've certainly kept my part of the mutual agreement, because every time I call him on the phone and he answers, I hang up. And on the other hand, when he calls me, which he doesn't, and it's a fellow who sounds like him, I hang up immediately because I'm not one to break a mutual agreement.
I wish the World Series was being broadcast so I'd have something to listen to. What started between you and Breckenridge?
Oh, a silly thing. I loaned our engagement ring to my girlfriend, Vera Fogarty. She needed it to hint to a fella.
To hint to a Well, Miss Duffy, I don't blame Breckenridge for getting so after. He buys you the engagement ring.
That's just it. I bought it.
You bought the engagement ring?
Yeah, it was a Christmas surprise from me to him.
One of them things a guy wouldn't think of to buy for himself. Excuse me. Hello? Just a second, Miss Duffy. It's Vera Fogarty.
Oh. Hello? Oh, hello, Vera. What? You want to come down? Don't waste your time, Charles Coburn. Vera, you still got my engagement ring? Who came for it? What man? From the finance company. But, Vera, the diamond is half paid for. I only owe them $6. What? Oh, you got it back, huh? See, Vera, how'd you do it? Oh, you got engaged to him. What? Me? No, Vera. I'm finished with men forever. Archie, exactly how old is Mr. Coburn?
And exactly why do you want to know?
Well, in case he happens to find me irresistible.
Look, Miss Duffy, the guy may have gray hair, but his eyes are still good. Now, please, leave me alone.
Hello, Arch.
Well, hiya, Finnegan. What you been doing all day?
Playing cards. Me and my brother was home playing solitaire with each other.
The two of you playing solitaire?
So what else could we play? We only had one deck of cards.
So you're very handy with the cards, huh, Finnegan?
Oh, very handy, Arch.
What is your specialty?
Flipping them into a hat.
Finnegan, would you like to play a little rummy?
A little rummy? Why not? I'll play anybody.
Finnegan, I meant Jim rummy. You got any money?
$50.
Okay, I'll play you for it.
Okay. Will it make any difference to you if I don't know the game?
No, but it might make a little difference to you. Here, leave a deal of cards. Take off your hat and coat, make yourself comfortable, put up to $50.
Hey, Finnegan, what do you do? Don't take off your coat in this kind of weather.
Please, Vonzel, this is my pigeon.
No, but Finnegan can catch a cold awfully easily dressed like that.
Well, ain't there thousands of other people that can catch cold just as easy as Finnegan?
Certainly.
Well, you get the idea, Vonzel.
Oh, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know how easy it is to catch cold nowadays.
Okay, Finnegan, now leave us deal at the cards.
But maybe you don't know how very easy it is to get after those distressing cold symptoms. When they're making you miserable, your nose is stuffed up and there's that aching feeling in your muscles,
Just get some Minute Rub, modern chest rub, and massage it briskly on your chest and back. Yes, it's as simple as that. And even before you've finished, you'll feel a comforting sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe the tightness and discomfort caused by your cold.
And at the same time, Minute Rub's active menthol vapors aid in relieving that congested feeling in your nose and throat.
Remember, too, that Minute Rub won't harm clothes or linens. It's greaseless and stainless. Actually seems to disappear as you rub it on. So get after those aggravating cold symptoms with this modern chest rub that takes only a minute to use. Only a minute to start bringing welcome relief. Minute Rub. That's MINITRUB. Minute Rub.
Mr. Johnston, what are you singing tonight?
My Ideal.
That's sweet of you. Johnny, have you been avoiding me because I've been engaged?
No, I haven't.
Haven't what?
Haven't been avoiding you.
Why?
Because you're engaged.
Well, I'm not.
Well, that clears that up. Deal the cards, Finnegan.
Johnny, you don't seem excited at the news.
What news?
I am at liberty.
Give me death.
Come on, Finnegan, deal the cards. Sing, Johnson. Go ahead. Don't
Will I ever find a girl in my mind, the one who is my ideal? Maybe she's a dream, and yet she might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in her eyes that no other eyes reveal? But will I pass her by and never even know that she is my ideal? The girl who is my ideal, maybe she's a dream, and yet she might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in her eyes that no other eyes reveal? But will I pass her by and never even know that she is my ideal? That she is my ideal.
Well, okay, Finnegan, that's that.
Okay, you owe me $3.
$3. Okay, here you are, Finnegan. Here's 20 cents. I owe you the other half a buck.
So, when do I get it?
Well, you'll have to give me your IOU first.
Give you my IOU, dude. Oh, you know I can't, right?
Well, never mind. You're an old friend. I'll trust you.
Thanks. Hey, that fella that just came in looks very familiar. I've seen him in the movies. Ain't that Fay Bainty?
Finnegan, that's Charles Coburn. Mr. Coburn, may I tell you that many great stars have passed through these portholes? But you are the portliest of them all. And furthermore, may I say that we are indeed...
Shut up.
So, this is Duffy's, eh? Well, where's Duffy?
He's home.
He's smart.
Well, his daughter is here. She ain't so smart. I'll introduce you, Miss Duffy. This is Mr. Coburn.
I'm glad to know you, Miss Duffy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Coburn, but May can never wed December.
Miss Duffy, December didn't even ask you.
Oh, no? Did you see the look in his eyes?
Forgive me, dear lady. I was carried away by your lovely, ravishing face. I can go along with a gag.
Well, if you like, I'll be a daughter to you. On nights that I don't have a date.
Archie, what do I say now?
Nothing. She's turning you down. Don't force your luck. Now, look, Miss Duffy, I got business to talk over with Mr. Coburn. Tell me, Charlie, how long you been an actor?
50 years.
50 years, huh? Don't you think you ought to settle down to a steady job?
Where?
Here.
I'd rather marry Miss Duffy.
Look, Charlie, the job is a good job. We could use a front man here.
A front man?
Yeah, and you're just the type, you know. Prosperous, well-fed, well-dressed, businesslike. A perfect phony. What do you say?
But, Archie, a job like this, why, wouldn't it tie me down?
Not necessarily. I'm liable to fire you anytime. And the work ain't hard. You know, it take me. I found time to write a book. You might have heard of it, Duffy's First Reader. You see, I'm not tied down.
I've seen the book.
Oh, yes? What did you think of it?
You should be tied down.
Look, Mr. Coburn, as long as we're hurling touches... I happen to have seen your last picture, and only one thing kept me from asking for my money back.
What was that?
I sneaked in. So please, leave us let bygones, right? Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Yeah, I think I'll hire the guy as a front man. Huh? Well, under me, of course. Yeah, certainly. Sort of a second front man. Yeah, well, we'll let him stand over near the cash register. Huh? Well, we can have him bonded. Well, no, I don't think we'd have to. You know, he's more the settle type. Not bright enough to steal and too old to run. Yeah. Okay, Duffy. We'll be with you in a second, Mr. Coburn. Hey, Eddie. Listen, Eddie, I've just been talking to Duffy. We got to test this Coburn's character.
Character, huh?
Yeah, that's one thing about me, you know, Eddie. I like honesty. I wouldn't have a guy around unless he's got character.
Well, how you going to test him?
We'll clip him in a poker game. That's one sure way to find out about a guy, you know, playing poker.
Oh, and if he wins, he ain't got no character.
Well, it depends on how much he wins. Yeah?
Did I hear you fellas say you were going to play poker?
Yeah, Harry, you want to get in on it?
Oh, no. I'd just stand around and make suggestions.
Kibitzer, huh?
Well, Archie, it's all right if the suggestions are good ones, isn't it?
Well, such as...
Well, such as, ladies and gentlemen, if on a day when you have special plans you wake up with a miserable headache because you need a laxative, it may seem as though those plans of yours make it necessary to put off taking that laxative till bedtime. Well, it just isn't so. For if you take Sal Hepatica right away, then this famous saline brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you can see you don't have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning. Don't have to go through the whole day feeling out of sorts. And remember, Sal Hepatica has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, get yourself an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica, remembering this, caution, use only as directed. Then anytime you need a laxative, whether morning, noon, or night, see if you don't feel better faster when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Finnegan, Eddie, fellas, leave us not scare this guy off by mentioning poker right away, you know, this Coburn. Now, lead him up to it gradually. Oh, Mr. Coburn.
Yes?
Speaking of the World Series, Yanks is a great team, huh?
Well, yes.
Yeah, and that team that played him is good. The
Cards.
Speaking of cards... how would you like to indulge in a nice sociable game of, say, Jim Rummy?
Well, frankly, I don't know much about cards.
You don't, huh?
No. About 6 years ago, I did play a game called, poker.
Okay. What kind of a game is that?
Well, it's so long ago, I've forgotten.
Yes, so have I. Why don't we play it again? Maybe it would come back to the both of us.
Oh, well, all right. If you promise to be patient with a greenhorn.
Oh, I'm even greener than you are.
I'm much greener than you.
Oh, no, I'm a lot greener than you.
These are the two greenest actors I've ever seen.
I'll get the cards, Charlie. Hey, fellas. Fellas, listen, we got a real sucker here. The guy don't know a thing about poker.
Oh, boy, poker.
You play poker, Finnegan?
No. No, I don't, but I got some luck.
Well, if you got any kind of luck at all, that's the kind. Now, Finnegan, all you got to remember in poker is one thing.
So what's that?
Don't go into a pot unless you got four of a kind.
4 of a kind, eh?
That's right. Yeah. Don't go in unless you got 4 of a kind.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Coburn, what do we play for? Say, 1 and 2?
Okay. 100 or 200 is all right with me.
100 and 200. Well, that'd be okay by me, but Eddie here's only a waiter, you know, so let's compromise, huh? Make it 2 cents and 4 cents. Now, go ahead and deal out the cards. Do you know how to deal?
Well, I used to be able to. Now, let me see. 3 missing.
Well, how can we play poker with only 37 cards?
Well, by a very fortunate coincidence, I happen to have a deck of cards in my pocket.
In your pocket? How long did you say it was since you played?
6 years. This is an old suit. I wonder if I remember how to play this poker.
Oh, you'll remember. Now, how are we going to play?
Straight poker, jacks are better. Bury 4 cards on a misdeal.
I got a queer feeling that ain't such an old suit. Now, stick to the cards, Eddie. Let's see. What have I got here? I'll open it. I bet 4 cents. Wait, no, I don't. No,
Leave it there. Bets down or dead.
Hey, what does that mean, bets down or dead?
Well, it's sort of a poker time, you know, like baby needs a new pair of shoes. What are you going to do, Eddie?
I'm dropping out.
Me too.
Me too. Take the money, Mr. Coburn.
Oh, do I win?
Yep, you win.
Well, this is great fun.
Yeah. What did you have?
A pair of bullets. A pair of 1 spots.
You deal, Eddie. Finnegan, by the way, what did you drop out with?
Oh, nothing. 3 kings.
You dropped out with 3 kings?
Oh, you told me to only go in with 4 of a kind.
But... Okay, wait until you get 4 of a kind.
Okay.
Here are your cards, gentlemen.
Oh, boy! Wait, I open it.
You open it, Finnegan? In that case, I think I'll drop out.
I'm out, too.
Well, I'll stay.
Okay, how many cards you drawing?
None. I'm standing pat.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm standing pat, too.
Very shrewd poker, Finnegan.
Now, here's my bet.
I raise you.
I raise you.
I said it first.
Well, he can raise you, too, Finnegan. This is a democracy. But you can re-raise him.
Okay, I re-raise you.
I re-raise you.
Okay, I raise and I re-raise. I raise and I re-raise you again.
I double it.
Okay, I'll drop off. I ain't got enough dough.
Now, wait a minute, Finnegan. I might back you if you got what I think you got.
Don't worry, Archie. I got him.
You got him, huh? Okay, that's good enough for me. Coburn, we raise you, too.
4.
8.
16.
32.
64.
Give me a pencil. 97. Now, what do you got?
A straight. 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
That's all? Finnegan, show your card.
There you are, Raj.
Let's see. 10, 4, 2, 7. Yeah. Finnegan, where's the 4 of a kind?
There you are, 4 spades.
Oh, Finnegan.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. Funny thing about poker, it's like swimming. Comes back to you just like that.
Hello, Duffy. Coburn's character? Well, he ain't got much character, but he's got a wonderful memory. Well, wait a minute, Duffy. He's just leaving here. Good night, Mr. Coburn. Hey, wait a second. I think this ace belongs to you. It just fell out of your cup.
You can keep it. I have others.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you sent for your copy of Duffy's First Reader yet? If you haven't, do you mind if I tell you to hurry so you won't be disappointed? I'm not kidding when I say they're going fast. But because for only 10 cents, where else could you get what Duffy's First Reader offers you? Some of the best parts of previous Duffy's broadcasts, photographs of celebrities who have appeared at Duffy's, Archie's real-life story, a barrel full of laughs on every page, the complete story of Two-Top Ruskin, the double-headed baseball player. And by the way, your boy at camp or overseas will love that. Why not get an extra copy for him? You can get all you want as long as they last by sending a dime for each one, sorry, no stamps, and your name and address, of course, to Duffy's First Reader, Box 67, New York City, New York. Don't send your dimes to the station you're listening to now. Send them to Duffy's First Reader, Box 67, New York City, New York. Well, it's time to leave Duffy's for the evening, but let's all meet here again next week when our guest will be Lucille Ball. And in the meantime, if you have a cold...
Remember Minute Rub.
If you need a laxative...
Remember Salhopatica.
And if you have a half hour next Tuesday evening at the same time, remember...
Duffy's, where you'll eat meat, eat out, your man is speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Lucille Ball. That, Ravenous Beauty. Yeah. Ravenous. Red-headed. Has she got what? Has she got character? I don't care with her, Duffy. With her, who's going to waste time playing poker? Okay, Duffy, good night. See you around.
Just a minute, mothers. A few seconds of your time now may help save your child hours of needless discomfort. Just remember this.
Whenever your youngster suffers from aggravating cold symptoms, massage Minute Rub briskly on throat and chest.
When you do that, Minute Rub quickly begins to soothe cold distress. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors help relieve that clogged feeling in nose and throat.
This modern rub is greaseless and stainless.
So be prepared at all times to get after your child's cold distress with Minute Rub. Famous modern rub that takes only a minute to use. Only a minute to start bringing soothing relief. That's Minute Rub.
This is the Blue Network.
and ends with T. That's Dreft, the greatest suds discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft brings you The Life of Riley. Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle for washing silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Whenever Chester A. Riley and his co-worker Jim Gillis get to talking about their respective sons, a verbal sparring match invariably results. Right now, Gillis is leading with an innuendo.
You give me a big pain, Riley. Always exaggerating about your junior.
Now, wait a minute, Gillis. All I said was my junior is a normal boy.
Well, that's exaggerating.
Is that so? I don't see your Egbert on a school basketball team.
So what? They don't take brains to bounce a ball. Now, you take my Egbert. He's got a head on his shoulder.
So that's what that thing is. Take a tip from me, Gillis. Don't let him stick that head into a vegetable store or some clerk will sell it for a squash.
Very humoresque. But all your junior does is fool around. Ain't it time he thought about getting a job?
Oh, he's too young. There's plenty of time for him to go to work after he gets married and his wife loses her job.
Well, my Egbert ain't no loafer like your junior. He's working already after school. Puts in 3 hours a day at a big plant.
Well, my boy don't have to work for starvation wages for strangers. He can always work for me. If Junior needs money, he knows that if he mows the lawn, cleans the garage, empties the incinerator, and puts out the garbage, I'm always good for a dime.
My Egbert ain't working for the money. He signed up in the employment training program at school.
Employment training?
Ain't Junior told you about it?
Well,
I thought not. See, this is a special course to give boys industrial experience.
What good's that?
Wait till they get out of school. You'll see what's the good. While your junior's unemployed, my Egbert lands a job as superintendent for a big corporation. And he works hard. In a few years, he's general manager. And your junior's still unemployed. And he keeps on working hard. Soon he's president. But your junior's still unemployed. And then my Egbert retires and don't work no more.
So what did he accomplish with all his hard work? He winds up a bum, just like Junior.
Face the facts with your face, Riley. My Egbert's heading for success. But your junior's going to wind up a flop. And why? No ambition. And whose fault is that?
His mother's?
No, it's your fault. Because you brought him up to be like you.
He is not like me. He's a fine boy. And he's got plenty of ambition.
Plenty of ambition, huh? Then why ain't he taking this course?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I brought my boy up not to do nothing until he hears from me. And when I get home, he's going to hear from me. And then what do you think, Jim? Gillis had the nerve to say that you wouldn't take this training course.
Well, it sounds like a wonderful course.
Well, sure. That's why I told Gillis you'd jump at the chance. It's all decided, huh, Junior? You'll do it.
Would you like to, Junior?
Well, sure he would.
Riley, please let the boy make his own decision.
Oh, sure. I ain't forcing him. Go on, Junior. Make your own decision to do it.
Well, no, Pop. I don't want to take that course.
What do you mean you don't want to take the course? I'm still your father, and I order you to take the course.
Now, wait, Riley. If he doesn't want to take it...
Peg, let him make his own decision.
But I can't take that course. I'm busy every afternoon. I've got basketball practice.
Basketball? Where'll that get you in the business world? You don't see Rockefeller in the stock exchange running around in his underwear shooting field goals.
Oh, Riley, I don't understand you. You were the one who kept urging Junior to go in for basketball.
Well, yes, but now I see that there's more important things than basketball. When Junior goes and applies for a big job, he's got to be able to do something else besides dribble. Well, Junior, go on. Make your decision.
I don't want to go to work.
Well, that settles that.
It don't settle nothing. The boy don't know his own mind. Well, this course is important for your future. You get wonderful training, and now's the time to get it. What do you want to be when you grow up, a success or a failure?
I just want to be like you, Pop.
Nothing doing. You'll be a success. The trouble with you, Junior, you ain't got any ambition.
Oh, Riley, he's still young.
Never mind. When I was his age, I was already thinking of my career. Day and night, I dreamed of following the sea. So what did I do? For the next 5 years, I studied navigation so as I could get a job. And I got one.
Yes, a deckhand on the Staten Island ferry.
That was only temporary. I quit after 8 years. I only mention it to show you how important ambition is. Well, what do you say, Junior? Make your decision.
Well, I don't know, Pop. Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? Either you'll do it or you won't do it.
All right, then I won't do it.
Wait a minute, Junior. Junior, let's go back to maybe.
Oh, Pop, I really don't want to do it.
All right, don't do it. So this is how you repay me. After all I've done for you, this is how you make it up to me for the pain and suffering I went through bringing you into the world. Ask your mother.
Oh, gee, Pop.
Now I ask you to do one little thing for your own good.
All right, Pop, I'll do it. That's enough.
You will? Honest?
Yeah, I'll sign up tomorrow.
Oh, that's swell, son. You see, there's nothing like making your own decision. And believe me, Junior, you'll never regret it. This may be the beginning of a big career.
It'll make it easier for you to get a job when you graduate.
Well, sure. Why, just like that, you'll be able to get a job at a big plant like General Motors. And you work hard. And pretty soon you're general manager. And then vice president. And then president.
President?
Yes, sir. And just remember, I'm the guy that helped put you there. But I don't want no reward, Junior. When you're the head of General Motors 20 years from today, all I want is your influence to get me a new 1946 Chevrolet.
Gee, Mr. Stevenson, I never thought the school would send me to the same plant where my father worked.
Well, Junior, I like to encourage father-son teams in the plant, so when I saw your name on the list the school sent out, I asked for you.
Boy, it'll be swell working with Pop.
Yes, but just remember this. In business, it's wise to forget the Pop stuff. Looks bad in front of the other employees. So while you're in the plant, your father is just employee number 79.
79. Yes, sir, I'll remember.
Well, it's time we put you to work. We'll start you off in Section D. That's where your father works.
You mean I'm going to do riveting?
Oh, no. You're going to be a sort of assistant to the new efficiency expert. Here, all your instructions are on this sheet of paper. Just follow them to the letter, and you'll do okay.
I'll try, sir. I'll try to be as good a worker as my father.
Come along.
Hey, Riley, wake up.
What's the matter?
Wake up.
Well, why, did the whistle blow for lunch?
Listen, Riley, you better not let the boss catch you sleeping on the job.
Well, I'm doing him a favor. I read a scientific article what proves that if a working man takes a nap for 15 minutes, he stores up 30 minutes extra energy for the use of the boss.
Yeah, but you slept an hour.
Well, in that case, they owe me overtime.
You better watch it, Riley. There's a rumor one of them efficiency experts is going to start checking on us today. You know what them slave drivers is like.
Yeah, they're always looking for improvements. If there's 8 guys working, they tell you to improve it until 4 guys can do the same job. Then they say improve it until 2 guys can do the job. And then they still yell improve it until only 1 guy can do the job. First thing you know, you've improved yourself into the unemployed.
That's right. So what's your peas and carrots?
They won't catch me. The minute I see him snooping around, I put on an act. I start looking intelligent.
Yeah, but nowadays, you know, they work different. They don't snoop. They just walk right up to you, give you a big smile, shake your hand, and they say, this is just a routine check. And that's the last check you get.
Listen, Gillis, I do my work. And right now I feel like resting, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Hey, get up. There's the boss.
Wait.
You see him over there by the far door?
Oh, yeah. Who's that with him?
You mean that little runt?
Yeah. Hey, that must be the new efficiency guy. Oh, brother, I bet an axe is going to fall today.
Well, I ain't scared. Not me. They wouldn't fire me. Gillis, what's the address of that unemployment insurance office?
They're stopping at every machine.
What's the guy doing?
Nothing. He's just standing there in back of the boss.
Probably one of them dopes who don't know what to say.
And now Stevenson's leaving. The little guy's coming this way. Hey, that face is familiar.
Yeah, it does look familiar. You know, if he didn't look so stupid, I might take him... Junior. My Junior.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. Oh, it's that steel course. Junior, here I am.
Oh, hi. You surprised to see me?
But, Junior, why didn't you tell me?
Well, I didn't know I was going to be assigned here. I'm a helper to the new efficiency expert.
Oh, boy, what a break, Gillis. Here we were worried this efficiency expert was going to be some smart guy, and it turns out to be my own son. Gillis, from here on in, we're closer.
All right, break it up. On the job.
Get a load of him, Gillis. Ain't he great?
Yeah. Come on now. Get on that machine. No loafing.
Now, wait a minute, son. Are you forgetting who I am?
No. Your number's 79, and you're supposed to do Operation 360, and you've got 30 seconds to do it.
But, Junior, I'm your father.
Yeah, I know, but you've only got 28 seconds now.
I'm your mother's husband.
26 seconds.
But, Junior...
24 seconds. Oh, gee, please hurry. I'll have to report you to...
All right. I'm sorry.
That's 15 seconds. 8 seconds. 5 seconds.
Oh, Gillis. What did I ever do to deserve this? There he stands. My own son. Timing me with the watch I gave him for Christmas.
Riley's, we'll be back in a minute. Now, this is Ken Carpenter speaking for Draft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Maybe you've wondered why Draft can work such wonders in your dish pan. Well, here's the reason.
Draft is different from soap. It never leaves a cloudy film on dishes the way all soaps do. Draft's amazing suds rinse clean and clear.
So because there's no cloudy film to be polished off, your Draft wash dishes and glasses dry with a brilliant sparkle, polished or not. And you say, what about that bugaboo, the sticky grease on pots and pans? Just listen.
Draft gets rid of grease the way no soap in the world can do. Pots and pans come shining clean and fast.
And fast action on grease really cuts your dishwashing time. Another advantage of Draft, important to you women who do dishes 3 times a day.
Draft suds are kind to your hands.
Yes, you women who wash your lovely lingerie and nylons in Draft. You know how mild those rich Draft suds are to delicate colors.
Draft is as non-alkaline as pure drinking water.
So, ladies, for dishes that shine in half the time, get Draft in the bright green package. Draft, the amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. When Riley urged his son, Junior, to take a part-time job in a plant as part of the industrial training course at school, he never dreamed that Junior would be assigned to the very same plant where Riley is employed. Now, Junior's job is that of an apprentice time engineer, and one of the men he's been timing for the past 3 days happens to be his own father.
How was that, Junior?
10 seconds too slow. Speed it up. You'll have to go faster.
Faster? How much faster can I go?
I'm sorry, but you'll have to do it. That's orders.
But, Junior,
You better hurry.
You ain't human. I didn't raise a son. I raised a monster. A Frankfurter.
Faster. Faster. What'd you stop for? Why did you stop?
Because I want to scratch my nose, and I like to use both hands. Do you mind?
All right. Knock off for lunch.
Oh, it's about time. Oh, am I tired. I can hardly open my lunchbox. Well, let's see what Peg gave us. Oh, it's inches. Oh, boy. Oh, that's good. I like it. Junior, you don't have to time me while I'm eating. Peg.
Hello, dear. How'd it go today?
That slave driver. He's nothing but a Simon Legree. He's heartless. He's...
Riley, I thought you made a resolution not to call your boss names.
Who's talking about the boss? I'm referring to your son.
Riley, he's our son.
Yeah, but it's your half that's making me work so hard. He ain't letting me stop for 1 minute since he's been in that plant.
Now, dear, Junior's only doing his job, same as you do yours. Besides, this was all your idea.
Well, now I got another idea. He's resigning.
But you wanted him to get some training so he could be a success.
Yeah, but I also want to be around to enjoy it. The way he's been driving me, I won't last much longer.
Oh, stop it. It isn't that bad.
Oh, ain't it? Look, he's ruining my arms. He's putting muscles in them. Look.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Pop.
Number 79 for you.
Oh, Pop, we aren't in the plant now. Relax.
Relax, huh? How many seconds I got to do that in?
Don't be like that, Pop. I was just doing my job. You said a fella should always do his job no matter what.
Of course. Now, don't be childish, Riley.
Anyway, after tomorrow, I'm being switched to another department.
It's about time.
I just have to hand in my report on the men I timed, and then I go to work in the tool shop. Oh, and say, look, I got paid. $4.50. Take it, Mom.
Oh, no, Junior. You keep it, dear.
Nah, go on. Take it. Buy yourself something.
No, that money ought to go to the one who worked for it.
Your mother's right. Give it to me. All right, but we'll never get rich this way. He earns 4.5, and I spend 5 for liniment.
Junior, dear.
Oh, yeah, Mom?
Isn't it time you were in bed?
Oh, I gotta finish this report for Mr. Stevenson.
My, it's taking you a long time.
Well, I'm almost finished, only... Well, I don't know what to report about one man in the department.
What man?
Well, I can't mention names. It's confidential.
Oh?
But you see, this man isn't a very good worker. He's pretty slow, and a couple of times I caught him sleeping on the job.
Oh, it's your father.
Oh, no, Pop's a wonderful worker. He's about the best. Well, this other man, well, I really shouldn't tell you, but his name is Gleason. And if I tell the truth in the report, he's liable to get fired.
Well, then, don't report him.
But then I wouldn't be doing my job. I don't know what to do.
Oh, it is a problem.
Hey, where are you?
Look, dear, why don't you ask your father's advice?
Oh, no, I can't. Mr. Stevenson said I shouldn't discuss it with any employee.
Well, you don't have to mention names.
Well, I don't know.
Hey!
Oh, I'm in Junior's room.
What's going on here?
Oh, nothing, dear. Junior wants to ask your advice about something.
Oh, okay, sure. What's the trouble, Junior?
Well,
I'll leave you two alone to talk it over.
All right. Well, what's bothering you, son?
Oh, never mind, Pop. I better not talk about it.
Oh, come on. When you're worried, the best thing to do is talk about it. That's what I always do. The way I figure it, the brain is like a room, and the mouth is like a ventilator. And when I worry, the room gets hot and stuffy, so I open my ventilator and let the hot air out.
Well, it's this report for Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, well, what's the problem? They're all a bunch of good guys in my department.
Yeah, all except one.
Yeah, who's he?
Well, I can't tell you. It's confidential. But if I tell the truth about how this man works, he's liable to get fired.
Now, look, you were given a job. It's your duty to do it honest, no matter what.
But I don't want to get the man fired.
No, neither do I. But that ain't our responsibility. That's up to the boss. All you got to do is tell the truth in your report.
Well,
Believe me, son, in the business world, there's no room for sentiment. Duty comes first.
I guess you're right, Pop. I'll have to do it. But it's kind of a dirty trick to report all these things.
What the?
Well, he's always falling asleep on the job and calling the boss names.
Oh, I see. Well, if he's that type of... Five. Junior, have pity on this poor man. You can't report him. He's got a family to support.
Oh, you guessed who it is. Oh, I didn't want you to know.
Junior, don't do it. Have mercy, for my sake.
But, Pop, there's no room for sentiment in business.
Who's been filling your head with such stupid nonsense?
Well, you just said it, Pop.
Oh, well, I didn't mean it. I was wrong.
No, Pop, you weren't wrong.
Don't contradict me. When I say I'm wrong, I'm right. Junior, you just can't do this. Think how I'll feel, my own son doing a thing like this.
But, Pop, you said duty comes...
Never mind. You shouldn't listen to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who opens my big mouth.
I'm sorry, Pop, but I'll just have to do my duty. Thanks for straightening me out.
Oh, that's your final answer?
Yes, Pop. My conscience won't let me do anything else.
All right. Have it your way. But the next time you want some extra money, go to your conscience and get it from him. What a son. Squealing on his own father. Thanks for straightening me out. If he hands in that report, who's going to straighten me out?
Perhaps I can be of assistance.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Honest, Digger, I feel terrible. I got trouble with my boy again.
Ah, yes. Boys can be a headache. Yesterday, some boys stole a sign from a laundry and hung it on the door of my place of business. Oh, I was furious.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
Free pickup and delivery.
Well, what Junior's going to do is worse. He works in my plant part-time, and his job is to hand in a report on how I work, and it's going to be a bad report.
Oh, I know how you feel. When I was an apprentice, an efficiency expert handed in a report on how I work. In it he said, Odell works like a beaver.
Well, what's wrong with that? Ain't that bad?
It is indeed. In our profession, you work like a gopher.
But if this report is bad, I can get fired.
Have you reasoned with the lad?
Oh, it's no use. He's stubborn.
Then there's nothing you can do there. In our profession, we have a saying. If a man doesn't move when you nudge him, and he pays no heed when you budge him, if he doesn't respond when you bop him, just drop him.
Well, there must be something I can do.
Eureka! I have it. Has Junior handed in this report yet?
No, not yet. He's going to do it this morning.
Then you must stop him.
How can I?
You're his father and legal guardian. Make him quit the job. Then he won't have to hand in a report.
That's right. Why didn't I think of that before? Oh, Digger, you're a real pal. I'll remember you as long as I live.
And I'll remember you longer than that.
Well, I'd better get down to the plant and get hold of Junior.
In that case, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
To think that my own son...
Hey, Riley, what are you doing up here in the office?
I'm looking for Junior. He's going to hand in a bad report on me. I'll get fired.
Some boy you got. Selling out his own fish and blood.
I got to stop him before he gets to Stevenson.
Tough luck, Riley. I seen him go into Stevenson's office about 5 minutes ago.
He's in there already.
Yeah, putting the hooks into you.
My own son, squealing on me with his own mouth. The same little mouth he used to say da-da and goo-goo with.
Hey, look, Riley, the transom's open. If we get closer, we can hear what he's saying.
I don't want to hear it.
Come on, maybe it ain't as bad as you think.
For Killer sake.
This is a fine report, Junior. I'm happy to note that most of the men in the department are hard-working, conscientious, and intelligent.
I wish they'd hurry up and get to me already.
But this one here, he's not only lazy, but a bit on the stupid side.
They got to me.
You're sure about this, Junior?
Now's his chance to back out.
You can change your mind, you know.
Well...
Come on, son, change your mind.
I'm sorry, but that's my opinion.
I had to have a son who's stubborn like his father.
Then you recommend that I fire him, Junior?
Well, I think...
This is going far enough. I'm going in there.
No, wait, Riley, no.
I think...
Never mind what you think.
Pop!
Riley, what's the idea?
I'm going to tell you what I think.
But, Pop...
Don't pop me, you ungrader. I'll pop you.
Now, listen, Riley.
You listen to me. You think you're smart, huh? Getting an innocent little kid to squeal on his father so you can fire him.
Oh, no,
You
Pop.
think you know everything, huh, Stevenson? Well, believe me, there's plenty you don't know. I've been getting away with murder for the last 5 years. Like every time I want to sneak out for a smoke, I fix up a dummy at my machine and nobody knows the difference. You didn't know that, huh?
Would you please pipe
I remember when you asked for suggestions for improving the company? Remember the note you got that said, get rid of Stevenson? Well, that was my suggestion. You didn't know that,
But
huh?
Riley,
And not only that, for a year you've been trying to find out who put the cuckoo in the time clock. Well, I did.
Not only that... Listen, you big dumb twat, we're not talking about you. We're talking about Gleason.
And not only that, boss, I'm the biggest liar in the whole plant.
Morales will be back in just a moment. Ladies, your silks, woolens, nylons, and dishes all deserve the very finest care. So use Dreft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle. It gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. Yes, now with Dreft, you can wash your pretty lingerie, stockings, precious woolens, and know that colors will stay brighter and fresher far longer than with even the most expensive soap flakes. Now, that's because Dreft is different from any soap or soap flakes you've ever used. Dreft's amazing suds rinse clean and clear. They leave no dulling film the way all soaps do. And, of course, Dreft's the suds to get the dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Yes, to make glasses sparkle beautifully, whether you polish them or not. So for faster, brighter, safer cleaning for so many of your nice things, get Dreft in the bright green package. Remember, don't get left, get Dreft.
And then, Peg, when I found out, I almost fell through the ceiling. Boy, it's lucky for me Stevenson has a sense of humor. Otherwise, I'd have been fired for sure.
Oh, Riley, why didn't you talk this over with me last night? I knew it was Gleason who was getting the bad report. But after 17 years, you can't keep secrets from me.
Oh, Dumplin', you're so understanding.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Dreft, the sudsing miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, invites you to be their guests next week. Hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. The script is by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Ship, and Henry Posner. Music by Lou Kozlov. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Junior is Tommy Cook, and Stevenson is Ken Christie. This is Ken Carpenter, inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley, and reminding you, for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history, use Dreft. Don't get left, get Dreft.
Well, well, the school bell. Come, fair student, time to spell.
I'll spell D-R-E-N-E. Dream. For glamour, luster, sheen.
Right. Dream shampoo reveals all the natural luster of your hair. Not a soap shampoo, so never leaves any dulling film.
Yes, for lovely, lustrous hair. Dream shampoo with hair conditioning action.
No other shampoo leaves hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage.
D-R-E-N-E.
Listen again next week when Dreft, the sudsing miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, brings you The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is long. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Tyne Ridge. Well, all the bustling activity of the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company's greeting card business can be boiled down to only one sale so far. And that was a graduation card to Grandpappy Spears from Grandpappy Spears. However, the Poetic Brain Trust is still hard at work, turning out original verses for every occasion. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum and Abner in their Jot 'em Down store and library, deep in a vital discussion concerning the publishing company.
Well, I don't see why you won't change it from the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company to the Edwards and Peabody Publishing Company, Lum.
Abner, I've told you 1,000 or 100 times before, we ain't going to change it.
Well, why not? It's being run right here in the store, and the store's half mine.
No, but this is different. Different business entirely.
Ain't done it.
The publishing company was all my own idea.
Yeah, but now I'm doing some of the work, too. I'm writing verses for them greeting cards.
Well, you ain't wrote a single one that we can use so far.
Why? Well, maybe I just ain't got warmed up yet. Wait till I get going. Hey, Dogies, wait a minute. Just listen to the one I wrote here this morning.
Abner, there ain't no use talking. You just ain't cut out for this kind of work.
Oh, my.
Takes more of a poetics feller.
Like, say, a feller like me, for instance.
Yeah, well, now, listen to this anyway, Lum. It's a card to send to a feller that's just got himself engaged. Good for you. You got engaged. Don't let your woman keep you caged.
Did you make that up yourself, Abner?
Yes, sir. I done it last night. Oh, well, little Pearl helped me some on it. See, I got the good for you part, and then she studied up the rest of it.
That's what I figured.
Ain't it no good?
Well, sure it's good. That's the first good one you've turned in. We can use that.
We can? Well, good for me. Well, now will you change your name to the Edders and Peabody Publishing Company?
No, nothing will make me change that. Besides, I've already got a sign all painted up that says Edders and Edders Publishing Company on it.
Yeah, well, I studied up that good greeting card.
That don't make no difference. I got other fellers working on them, too.
Others?
Yeah, Mousy Gray's writing some for me.
Mousy Gray?
Yeah, he likes to do that poetry stuff. So I thought I'd let him try his hand at it.
Oh.
He ought to be here by now. I told him to bring in some greetings first thing in the morning.
Well, are you aiming on taking him in partnerships with you on it?
Oh, no, of course not. Just giving everybody a chance to write these things. I'm even letting Cedric try a couple. Of course, I don't expect much from him.
Well, I reckon not. Cedric ain't no poetics, I know.
No, but I figured he might just happen to hit some good idea, and then I can take and fix it up, put in fancy language and all.
You mean like that good for you got engaged, don't let your woman keep you caged?
Well, that ain't exactly fancy language, Abner.
Huh?
That's more the Joshin type of greeting card. But we need to have a few of them kind anyway.
Well, here, maybe I could be the president of the Joshin card department.
Yeah, we'll see.
I might be a genius at that, Lum. A Joshin genius, that's what I might be.
For the land's sakes, what in the world has Mousy got on?
Mousy?
Yeah, look at him coming up out there with that funny-looking cap on his head.
Oh.
Looks like he ain't got no bill on it.
Well, I do know. I reckon he's getting so poor he can't get a cap with a bill on it.
I don't know. I believe he could have picked out a better color, though. That purple shows up sort of loud.
Yeah, look at that.
Don't mention his cap. Hurt his feelings.
Well, howdy, Mousy.
Yeah, come on back, Mousy.
Well, hello, Lum. Abner.
Did you get some things wrote up for me, Mousy?
Yes, sir. How do you like my beret, Lum?
Your what?
My beret.
Well, I don't know yet, Mousy. I ain't read none of them yet.
Well, I don't mean the greeting cards, Lum. I mean my cap. You see, this is called a beret.
It is?
Yes, sir.
Well, I do know.
Did you lose a bill off of it, Mousy? Did the dog get hold of it or something, tear it up? No, sir. Abner, this is the way a beret is supposed to be. See, all poets wear these.
All poets, does it?
Yes, sir. Poets and artists and people like that.
Poets and artists, huh?
Yes, sir. Well, why do they want to wear a silly-looking outfit like that,
Don't hurt his feelings. Well, let's see how good you done on your greeting card verses, Mousy.
Yes, sir. Well, here they are right here, Lum. You know, I just love this kind of work. It just seems sort of like a mother to me.
I figured it might. Did you write up the ideas I told you to do?
Yes, sir.
What's the first one here, Mousy?
Well, that's the one, Lum, that you were talking to me about, you know, where you've been visiting a relative and you want to thank him and ask him to come and visit you the next time, but all the time you're saying it, you hope he don't come.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. That's
see,
the one.
That ought to sell.
Yes, sir.
Ought to sell a lot of them. Oh, thank you, cousin, uncle, or aunt. Well, wait a minute, Mousy. What you got all them relays in there for? This won't work out. It's supposed to be just a one person.
Well, I know, Lum. That's just a little idea of my own. You see, this way, why, you just have to print up one card and then the people who buy it can cross out the relative that they don't want to use. See, they can use that on the whole family.
Oh, yeah. Well, I reckon that would work after all.
Yes, sir, I think it will.
Oh, thank you, cousin, uncle, or aunt. Our visit with you was simply grand. Grand?
Yes, sir. It had to be that way to rhyme with aunt.
Oh, well, maybe I can fix that up. Our visit with you was simply grand. Now you all must climb into your Durant and come and see us whenever you can.
Is that the idea that you wanted, Lum?
Well, yeah, but I'm feared you ain't been subtile enough, Mousy. What I had in mind was something like, well, like telling them how nice you've been fixing up the yard for them, for instance. Tell them you got most of the pies and ivy cut down. You doubt they'll hardly get it at all.
Oh, I see.
You see, you gotta have something subtile like that.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll take that one, Lum, and try it over again, see if I can't make it better for you.
I think you better. Say, Mousy, are you sure all poets wear them berets?
It's a beret, Lum.
Well, whatever it is. Do they sure enough wear 'em?
Oh, yes, sir, all of them.
Does Longfellow? Or did he?
Why, yes, sir, I imagine he did, Lum.
Did them other three poets fellers, Edgar, Al, and Poe?
Did they look as silly as you do, Mousy?
Hey, shut up. Well, let's see. What else you got here, Mousy?
Well, now, this next one here, Lum, is the one for Valentine's Day, you know. The one that you want me to write that, well, it's for a fella that he can send to a girl without any danger of her getting the idea that he's in love with, you know, and he can still send her Valentine, but not say he's in love.
Oh, yeah, well, I can use a couple of them myself.
Yes, sir.
One for Sister Simpson and one for the widow Abernathy.
These ain't joshing ones there, cause that's my department now, Mousy.
No, these ain't joshing ones.
No, sir.
Just plain safe ones.
Dog it, I wish you'd write some joshing ones. That's the kind I love. That's my department. I know I'm the head of that.
I saw some awful funny-looking Valentine cards.
Yeah, get me some of them. That would be in my department.
Ugly pictures on them, you know.
Yeah, that's the ones I want.
Well, I don't draw any pictures. I just write stuff. About all I can do.
I got one here a couple of years ago that made me just mad enough to bite.
Well.
Let's see what you got here.
Yes, sir. Read that one, Lum.
Beloved, beloved, my sweet Valentine. Wait a minute, Mousy. You ain't crossed me up here, have you?
No, sir. Just keep on going, Lum.
This sounds nice.
Yes, sir. It starts out that way, but you're a fool, all right.
Ain't the kind I'd figured on. I'll read it to him. I guess gooder than to send Miss Frederick sometime.
Yes, sir. I believe it would be.
Beloved, beloved, my sweet Valentine. Wouldst thou travel afar, O dear sweetheart mine? If thou wouldst, sweetest one, just look for this sign, the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe line.
Yeah, you see, Lum, that uses all the regular Valentine words, but it doesn't quite say that the fellow's in love with the girl, you know.
No, it don't, Mousy. Gets around that awful subtitle.
Yes, sir.
This is great. Yeah, I'm going to print some of them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we ought to sell a lot of them.
Yes, sir, I'd think you could.
I hope you got some more like that.
Well, I'm working on them.
Say, Mousy, where'd you get that beret, anyway? Did you get it here in Pine Ridge?
No, sir. I bought this back in Iowa when I was a member of the Young Men's Saturday Afternoon Bicycle Group. See, we all wore them because they wouldn't blow off.
I thought they was just for poetics, you said.
Well, they are, mostly. Ain't they, Mousy?
Yes, sir.
Poets and artists and big, important, talented fellas.
Yes, sir, that's right, Lum. That's who wears them.
Wonderful world.
Well, Cedric. Howdy, Cedric.
Howdy, fellers.
Hello, Cedric.
I got a greeting card all wrote.
Well, good for you, Cedric.
You want to hear it, Mr. Lum? Well, not right yet, Cedric. I still got some more business with Mousy here. But we can go back in the feed room and you can read your cards to Abner, Cedric.
Yeah, sure. I'll look them over for you, Cedric. I'll sort of fix them up with fancy language and stuff like that.
Sure got a good one. Come on, Mousy. I want to have a little business talk with you.
Yes, sir. Gee, I remember those old happy, carefree days with the Saturday Afternoon Bicycle Group.
Yeah.
Riding uphill, downhill, over dale.
Want to hear the greeting now, Mr. Abner?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Cedric. I might be able to change it around and make a joshing one out of it for you.
Small.
See, I'm in charge of the joshing department now, Cedric. The president or something, I think of it.
Oh, I never know that.
Yeah,
Well, here it is. Merry Christmas to Uncle Homer.
Well, go on.
Go on.
Yeah, read the rest of it.
There ain't no rest of it. That's all they are to it. Just Merry Christmas to Uncle Homer.
Well, that ain't enough for no greeting card, Cedric.
Why ain't it? All I want to say to Uncle Homer is Merry Christmas, so that's what I said to him. Merry Christmas to Uncle Homer.
Yeah, well, Cedric, see, a greeting card has got to have at least 2 or 3 lines on it, you know. They got a rhyme, so to be sort of a poems or something like, well, for the land. Say, look at old Lum coming back here with Mousy's cap on. Are you making fun of Mousy, Lum?
No, I ain't making fun of nobody.
Huh?
Whereabouts is them paints at, Abner? The ones I was using the other day.
I don't know. Boy, you look funny in Mousy's cap.
Stop that laughing, Abner, because I do not look funny. Besides, this ain't Mousy's cap. It's mine now.
Yours?
Yes, sir.
Now, hurry up and find me them paints.
Well, what do you want with them?
Oh, got a little painting to do.
What painting?
Oh, it ain't nothing.
Well, now, what is it, Long?
Oh, I just got to change a certain sign and make it read Eddards and Mousy Gray Publishing Company.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. The Harlem Lodge of the Mystic Knights of the Sea held its regular monthly meeting last night. And judging from what the Kingfish and Amos are telling Andy right now, he really missed something by not being present.
Yeah, you sure missed a good meeting last night, Andy. And you got no excuse for not being there, Brother Andy. If a man belongs to the lodge, he ought to attend the meeting.
Look, you fellas has got a reason for going to meetings. You was married. You has already got what you go to the lodge to get away from.
Oh, don't be silly, Andy. Yeah, that was one of the greatest meetings that we ever had. I done made a speech there for 45 minutes. Done had everybody spellblinded. There was one important thing that happened, though, Andy, and that's what I want to talk to you about. One of the brothers got up and made a swell suggestion. It seems that he got a lot of names and addresses of soldiers that is in different camps all over the country.
Yeah.
It was his idea that each member of our lodge take one of them names and kind of adopt that particular soldier. You know, write him letters and send him little gifts and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, well, that sounds like a good idea, all right.
Oh, yeah, the whole thing was passed unanimous. Yeah, well, we all drawed a name, Andy, and seeing that you wasn't there, I knowed you would want one too, so I picked one out for you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you done that, Amos. Yeah, everybody ought to do that.
Yeah, here's the name of the fella that I got for you. He's a corporal. His name is Corporal Gene Williams, and here's his address and all the company stuff written down here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Amos. Yeah, I'm going to write him a letter right now and send him some razor blades and a pipe and maybe some cigars, too.
And so I say to you who wear the uniform of your country, we of the Army General Staff are proud of you. And you are to be congratulated on the splendid job you've done. Now it is my honor to announce a number of promotions within your ranks. First, Corporal Gene Williams, advanced in rating to sergeant. Here are your stripes, Sergeant.
Oh, thank you, Major.
Congratulations, and may you always be a credit to the WAC.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll sure do my best.
In the mess hall, Gene, I stopped by and picked up the mail.
Oh, anything for me?
Yes, his letter.
Oh, Andrew H. Brown. His address is up in Harlem. That's not far from where I used to live. I wonder who that could be. Say, Mary, listen to this. Dear Gene, this is to let you know that I has done adopted you for the duration. But that don't mean that you was supposed to call me father. Ha, ha, ha. I was going to send you some stuff, but I didn't know just what you'd like. Could you use a nice box of cigars?
Cigars? Is that man out of his head?
Oh, you think that's something? Listen to this. He goes on here and says, also, what kind of shaving cream does you use? There's a special kind that I use I could send you in case you got a tough beard.
If I got a letter like that, I'd show it to Top Sergeant. What's he say after that, Gene?
He says, if you ever get to Harlem, I will show you a wonderful kind. And you won't have to worry about getting out of condition or nothing, because you and me can go up to the gym every day and wrestle. Your pal, Andy.
The nerve of that guy. What do you make out of it, Gene?
Well, either he thinks I'm a man or he's got a terrific sense of humor. Anyhow, I'd sure like to meet him.
Then why don't you look him up? You're going to New York on your furlough.
Amos, I want you to listen to this letter I got you.
Yeah, who's it from, Andy?
It's from that soldier I done writ to. You remember, Gene Williams?
Oh, yeah, what'd he say?
He say here, Dear Mr. Brown, thanks for writing to me. You will be happy to know that the Army has just granted my request for a furlough. Amos, there's a lucky fellow.
Sure is. What else he say?
Say here, thanks very much for offering to send me shaving cream, but to tell you the truth, I do not shave. Must be wearing a beard.
Yeah, sure sound like it, don't it?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a new way they got a camouflage in their faces. You say here, as I said, I will be in New York Friday evening around 6 o'clock and will drop over to the Mystic Knights at the Sea Lodge Hall at the address that was on your letter.
Oh, that's fine.
I expect to arrive around 6 o'clock, but it might be a little later. Be sure to wait for me, and we will go out and have some fun. Sincerely yours, Sergeant Gene Williams.
Oh, well, Andy, you're going to show him a nice time, I guess, ain't you?
Well, now, wait a minute. There's a little snag on the thing.
What?
You see, today is the day the soldier's coming in, and he's going to be up at the lodge hall at 6 o'clock tonight. It just so happened that I already got a date at 6 o'clock to take Loretta Miller to supper.
Well, can't you postpone your supper till later and get a gal for the soldier or something like that?
Well, Loretta ain't got no phone or nothing, and I don't know how to get in touch with her.
Oh.
We were supposed to meet on the street corner. And on top of that, she said that she got something important that she want to tell me, and she want to see me private. Yeah, I think what I'll do is have supper alone with Loretta.
Yeah, well, what'll you do about the soldier, though?
Well, I'll ask the Kingfish to meet the soldier at the lodge, and me and Miguel can get together with the soldier later.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can't get the soldier a date with a gal, too.
Yeah, that would be nice, getting a date for him.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now before I forget it.
Yeah.
Of course, this gal is so crazy about me that I don't know if she'd go out with nobody else.
The gal you're calling now?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Why is it, Amos, that when I loves them, they stays loved?
Hello?
Hello, this is Andy Brown. Is Hattie there?
You say this is Andy Brown?
Yeah.
Hattie ain't here.
That's too bad. I wanted to get her a date with a friend of mine.
Oh, the date ain't with you?
No.
Well, Hattie, just come in.
She did, huh?
Hello, Andy. This is Hattie.
You sure come in fast.
You say you want me to go out on a date with a friend of yours, and it's short, ain't you?
Yeah, show.
Who's the fella?
Well, you know where the lodge hall is.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you be over there at 6 o'clock and ask for a fellow by the name of George Kingfish Stevens, and he'll explain everything to you.
Okay, I'll be there. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Hattie. Well, that's that. She's going to do it.
Oh, she is, huh?
Oh, show. That gal is crazy about me. So, Kingfish, you see the spot I was in. I got to meet my gal Loretta at 5:30 and take her out to supper.
Yeah, but,
And then this other gal, Hattie, is coming to the lodge at 6 o'clock, and so is the soldier that I done got her a date with. Oh, I tell you, Kingfish, I is in a dilemma.
Yeah, well, Brother Ender, I'd like to lemon you out of the thing, but I don't know what I can do.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do, Kingfish. You meet the gal and the soldier at the lodge hall here at 6 o'clock. Introduce them to each other and hold them here till I get here with my gal.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What about my supper, Andy? The battle axe called me and says she's cooking my favorite dish, Louisiana fried shrimp.
Yeah, well, I don't care so much about the gal, but I hates to disappoint that soldier. After all, he's in the United States Army, and he deserves the best.
I know, but
Well, now, wait a minute. You is the Kingfish of the lodge. And after all, you has got to do something for the Army.
Brother Andy, you got me. Never let it be said that George Kingfish Stevens let a fried shrimp come between him and his country.
Hello?
Hello, honey.
George, I thought you was on the way home. The shrimp is in the skillet frying already.
Yeah, well, what I want to tell you is that I won't be home for supper tonight.
Won't be home?
No, I tell you what, I tied up here at the lodge. I got to do some stuff here. After all, remember, I was the kingfish, and the lodge comes first.
Well, it's the only time I ever heard of your stomach coming in second. What has you got to do at that lodge tonight?
Well, you see, honey, at a meeting we had, well, it's a long story, and I'll explain it to you later. Goodbye, Angel.
Goodbye, Angel. When that kingfish calls me Angel, there's something cooking. If there's anything more important to him than fried shrimp, it's some kind of monkey business. This is mighty strange.
Mr. Van Porter speaking.
Oh, hello, Henry. This is Sapphire.
Oh, it's charming to speak to you, Sapphire.
Say, Henry, is there anything important going on over at the lodge tonight?
No, not a thing. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Van Porter and I are going out to dinner and the movies after that.
Oh, but there's nothing over at the lodge hall, huh?
No.
Well, thanks, Henry, and I'll be seeing you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Where's my hat? I'm going down to that lodge hall.
Come right in, miss. You is Hattie Simpson, ain't you?
Yes, I is.
Yeah, well, I is George Kingfish Stevens.
Oh, hello, John.
Now, I guess Andy Brown told you everything.
Well, all he told me was that I was supposed to meet you here, and I'm so glad I come.
Well, you see,
I just love tall men like you.
Oh, yeah? Well, he's going to be a lot shorter when I get through with him. George Kingfish Stevens, what's going on here?
Oh, Sapphire, I can explain everything to you.
Look here, sugar. Why did you have to explain anything to this Budinsky for?
He better explain if he knows what's good for him.
Oh, wait a minute, sugar.
Listen here, girl. The one who gets the man is the one who gets here first. Now, get out. The box office is closed.
What?
Go ahead. Get along before I stab you with a bobby pin.
Why, you little husband-stealing buzzard. George, is you going to tell me what all this is about, or ain't you?
Yeah, well, I've been trying to tell you, honey. I just doing a favor for Andy, you see. Andy got a soldier coming here to the lodge, a fellow by the name of Sergeant Gene Williams, and I suppose to introduce him to Miss Simpson here. That's all I know, honey.
What about that, Miss Simpson?
Well, all I know is what Andy Brown told me. I was supposed to have a date here with George Kingfish Stevens.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Well, all I know is that if I ever see you again, George Stevens, it'll be too soon. Take him, Miss Simpson. He's yours.
Well, Andy has a date, and so does the Kingfish. But unfortunately, Kingfish's wife doesn't understand. Right now, he's searching for Andy to try to get things cleared up.
Leighton, I'm glad you're here. I've been looking all over for you.
Hello, Kingfish.
Tell me, Leighton, does you know where Andy is? I gotta find him.
Well, he had a date with a gal, and he was going to take her out to eat.
Yeah, I knew that much, but does you know what restaurant he done went to?
Well, I think he must have gone to the Lenox Avenue Grill. You see, there's a waiter over there that owes Miss Andy 75 cents, and most likely he's over there to eat it out.
Thank you, Leighton. I'm going right to the restaurant now. Say, Sam, was Andy Brown in here tonight?
Yeah, Kingfish. The back room was full up when he come. That's his table right over there, where that girl's sitting.
Where's Andy?
Well, he had a little tough luck and had to go home for his pocketbook.
Pocketbook?
Mm-hmm. He told me he tried to steer his gal into the Blue Plate Special, but she done detoured on him and ended up with $1.50 deluxe.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go over there and introduce myself to the gal and wait for him. I gotta see him.
Okay, Kingfish.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Stevens. I was a friend of Andy Brown's, and I'd like to wait here for him to get back if you don't mind.
Surely. Have a seat. I is Loretta Miller.
Glad to know you, Miss Miller.
Well, Andy ought to be back in a little while. He said he had to run down to the office for a couple of minutes to meet his banker.
Who?
Banker. It seems the banker's a little short of money this week, and they're borrowing some from Andy.
You just a recent acquaintance of Mr. Brown, huh?
That's right. I haven't known him very long. Did you see this bracelet he gave me?
Oh, yeah. Nice and shiny. Let me see. Mind if I take it off and look at it?
Oh, no. Go right ahead. It's a genuine original from Fifth Avenue.
Sure, huh?
And they said the only trouble is that now it's being copied by all the 5 and 10 cent stores.
Well, hold your hand still here, Miss Miller.
Yes.
Put it back on your wrist. This is a lovely bracelet.
Hello, Kingfish.
Hello, Henry. Hello, Miss Van Porter.
How do you do, Kingfish?
Hello. A nice day, ain't it? This is Miss Miller here, Mr. and Mrs. Van Porter.
I'm very happy to know you.
How do you do?
How do you do? Come, Henry. We must be going.
All right, dear. So long, Kingfish.
So long, Henry. So long. Nice people, the Van Porters.
Yes, they seem to be.
I wonder what's keeping Andy.
I know I left that pocketbook in this room somewhere. It ain't in this drawer. It ain't in that one. That phone in the hall. I don't guess that's for me, nohow. Hello?
Andy?
Ain't here. Who this?
Listen, Andy. This is Sapphire.
Oh.
I want to ask you a question, and you got to tell me the truth, because it means an awful lot to me.
Yeah, well, what is it?
Did you arrange with the Kingfish to have him meet a girl by the name of Hattie Simpson and some soldier and introduce them to one another at the lodge hall?
Oh, yeah, sure I did.
Now, I don't want you telling me no lies, Andy Brown. I want to know about it if it's one of them external triangle things.
No, I'm telling you the truth, Sapphire, on my honor, if that mean anything.
Well, I do believe you, Andy. And I can see now that I never should have doubted my husband. And I'm sorry I did. The dear, dear boy. Coming. Well, the Van Porters. This is a surprise.
Hello, Sapphire.
Hello, Sapphire.
Well, come in. It sure is wonderful to see you.
Sapphire, can I see you in the side room a minute?
Why, certainly, Clara.
Henry, you wait here. We'll be right out. I want to tell Sapphire about a new dish she can fix.
All right, my dear. I'll just look over the financial page of the newspaper.
Now, what is it, Clara?
Well, Sapphire, it's just like this. There's something you ought to know. Henry and me just seen your husband sitting in a booth at the Lenox Avenue Grill holding a girl's hand.
Holding a girl's hand? Oh!
And presenting her with a bracelet.
What? Now, wait a minute. Was this a little short girl by the name of Hattie Simpson?
No, this was a long, tall girl by the name of Loretta Miller.
So it's all true. George has been disfaithful.
Now, wait a minute, Sapphire. Men just ain't no good no how. You got to watch him like a hawk. I never let Henry out of my sight.
Well, the pity of it is that this is the second time this done happened in one day. Oh, I'm telling you, the man has done gone berserk.
Yes, Miss Miller. Andy, I agree with you. He's a nice boy, all right. A fine fella. I knowed him a long time. Tell me this. How long did you say you has knowed him again?
Oh, not very long.
Mm-hmm. Tell me this. Where do he take you when you go out together?
Oh, mostly just walking dates. Or sometimes we set up in my parlor. That's on account of inflation.
Inflation, you say?
Yes, sir. Andy claims that if he was to spend all of that money he got, he's liable to send prices all over the country sky high.
Well, at least east of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
But I tell you, Miss...
Well, I was back.
Oh, good, Andy.
Say, Kingfish, what are you doing here?
Well, look here, that's what I want to explain to you. I've been waiting for you, Andy. I got to speak to you.
We thought you'd never get back.
Yeah.
And I was in a jam, and all because I tried to help you out. Well, now, wait a minute. I know all about that. When I was back at the rooming house a few minutes ago, your wife called me and asked me if some story that you done told her was true, and I say, sure it was. I, as your pal, boy, I backed you up.
That ought to clear up everything.
And you mean that my wife ain't so at me no more? Oh, no. What you talking about? The fact is that, well, when I talked to her on the phone, she done say that she was ashamed of herself for not trusting you. Oh, that's great. She really softened up, huh? Oh, sure. She winded up by saying that you was her dear, dear boy. Well, her dear, dear boy is going right home now and put that old war horse back in her stall. Wait a minute, Kingfish. Well, what happened to that soldier you were supposed to meet over there? Oh, yeah, well, here's the thing. He still hadn't got there by the time I left to come over here. But don't worry, Andy. Lightning is over at the lodge hall, and I told him to tell the soldier when he come to call me at home. You see, I didn't know where you was going to be. Yeah, well, okay. When the soldier calls you, I find out where he's staying, and I'll get in touch with him. Okay, Andy. Well, I'm going home now and let a certain party know who's wearing the pants in my house. Yeah, well, so long, Kingfish.
Goodbye, Mr. Stevens.
Goodbye, Miss Miller. It was a pleasure to meet you. At least I met one gal today that ain't going to get me in no trouble.
Oh, it's you, George.
So the little woman doubts me, eh? Now, Sapphire, before you gets down on your knees to apologize to me, I want you to bring me my house slippers and pipe.
I'll get a pipe for you, but it'll be made out of lead.
Now, Sapphire, I'm telling you, you done made enough trouble for one day. Get my pipe and slippers and don't give me no back talk.
Why, George Kingfish Stevens...
Shut up.
Sit down.
Who?
You.
Okay, honey, okay.
Now, I want to ask you one question. Mm-hmm. Is you acquainted with a gal by the name of Loretta Miller?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you bet your sweet life you acquainted with her. Good enough to eat with in a public restaurant and good enough to be presenting her with a bracelet for her wrist.
Now, wait a minute, honey. Put that vase down. Now, put that vase down, honey. I'm telling you, Loretta Miller is Andy's gal.
Oh, sure. And I suppose that bracelet you done slipped on her wrist was a handcuff so she wouldn't get away before Andy got back.
Oh, now, listen, honey, now listen to me, will you? Look, I have told you the truth many times in my life, but never was it as true as this. Andy was responsible for both of them gals. The first one was a date he done dug up for a soldier, a fellow by the name of Sergeant Gene Williams, and the second one was Andy's own gal.
And you expect me to believe that?
Oh, listen, honey, your dear old husband has always been a faithful man to you. How can you stand there and accuse me of a thing like that?
George Stevens...
honey, listen, will you put that vase down,
Don't
please?
you get up out of that chair.
Listen, I'll get the phone, honey.
You sit in that chair.
Well, honey, the phone is right behind me.
I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello. I'd like to speak to George Stevens, please.
Who is this?
This is Gene Williams. I got a date with him down here where I am.
Oh, I see. Just a moment. I'll see if Mr. Stevens is in. Hello. I'm sorry. Mr. Stevens just went out.
Next Friday night at this same time and over these same stations, be sure to tune in the new half-hour Amos and Andy Show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us. Until next Friday, then, good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show and his orchestra for singing glee with a smooth E3. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Yes, sir. More fun again with Burns and Allen and more hints about perking up fall meals with Spam, the meat of many uses. Do you realize that Spam has become one of the nation's most economical, time-saving, and delicious mealtime aids? Well, here's the reason. Spam, S-P-A-M, is grand-tasting meat, a perfect blend of pure pork shoulder with ham meat added, cooked and seasoned according to Spam's carefully guarded formula. Now, the reason you serve certain kinds of food is because they taste good and are good for you. Spam has both delicious flavor and quality, plus the fact that you can serve it cold just as it comes from the can, bake it, fry it, dice it, or slice it. Try Spam. Try one new way to serve this meat of many uses tomorrow. Just ask your food dealer for Spam, use the simple, easy recipes on the label of the Spam can, and you're all set to give your family good food for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Well, as you all know, Huey Salas, the gangster, has been threatening to kill George. To avoid being recognized, George dressed up in Gracie's clothes and pretended he was her Aunt Clara. Believe it or not, Huey Salas fell in love with Aunt Clara and proposed marriage at the point of a gun. So, tonight we bring you Gracie Allen and that blushing bride, George Burns.
Hello.
Oh, Gracie, where's the bride?
Outside getting a shave.
Boy, this is going to be a great marriage. I can just see the blushing bride lighting the husband's pipe with her cigar.
Oh, boy. Isn't this a scream? What a marriage. Whoever gets up first will be wearing the pants from that family.
Yeah, Gracie, can't you just see the wedding breakfast? The dainty little bride opening a can of Spam with his teeth?
Yes, you can find his teeth.
Oh, here comes George.
Well, good. All together now. Everybody.
Da, 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 da.
Shut up. Shut up. Well, George, are you wearing something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue?
Now, wait a minute. You don't think for one moment that I'm going through with this marriage, do you?
Oh, why worry, George? This is Hollywood. It can't last long.
Well, I'm going to tell this gangster Huey Salas that I'm too large to call this silly marriage off.
Silly? Well, I think marriage is a wonderful thing. No family should be without it.
But, Gracie, this doesn't make sense. Did you ever hear of two men getting married?
Yes.
You heard of two men getting married?
Sure, my father and my uncle.
I see. Father married your mother and your uncle married your aunt.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a genius, yes.
Say, George, calling off this wedding is certainly going to disappoint your gangster bridegroom. Gee, I can see him now with top hat, white tie, and machine gun.
Well, whatever happens, happens.
Well, I don't care what you other fellas do, but I'm with George. When that gangster comes in, I'm just going to grab him by the throat, shake my fist in his face, and say, "Scram, you mug."
You will?
Yeah, but there's one thing I want you to do.
What's that, Bud?
Talk me out of it.
Well, I don't need any help from all you fellas.
You mean you're going to tell him that you're not Aunt Clara and then just stand there?
Yes. I'll tell him I'm George Burns, and then I'll make a bolt for the door.
Oh, well, you don't have to, George. The door already has a bolt.
Gracie, how can you be that silly for so many hours each day?
I get up early.
I'm glad to hear that.
Imagine that wedding not going through.
And here I had the rights to my sister Betsy's wedding all dry cleaned.
Gracie, this is a shock to me, too. I thought when George threw the bridal bouquet, maybe I'd catch it and then I'd be the next one to get married.
This may be a surprise to you, Artie, but that only goes for women.
Well, what do you think I'm going to marry, a duck?
Well, that's a very funny quack.
Oh, George, that's worse.
How I could think of witty things at a time like this.
Smart.
Bueno, ¿y qué pasó? ¿Siempre te vas a casar con el hombre ese o no? ¿Qué relajo va a pasar?
What is it, Senor Lee?
You mean that you and that gangster are not going to get married? You're not going away on your honeydew?
It isn't honeydew, it's honeymoon.
Honeydew?
Honeydew?
Si, senor. Honeydew the dishes, honeydew the laundry, honeydew these, honeydew that.
Gracie, what have you done to me? This is all your fault. Made me get dressed up like Aunt Clara. The gangster falls in love with me. Now he wants to marry me. If I tell him I'm George Burns, he'll kill me. Can't I get out of this?
Canada Dry pays out $10 for that question.
Get around here. Now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Ferry Boat Serenade.
I love to ride the ferry. I have never been aboard a steamer. I am just content to be a dreamer. Even if I could afford a steamer, I would take the ferry boat every time. I love to ride the ferry where music is so merry. There's a man who plays the concertina on the moonlit upper deck arena, while boys and girls are dancing, while sweethearts are romancing. Life is like a Mardi Gras, happy as we cling together, happy as we sing together, happy with a ferry boat serenade. When we hear the concertina play, we listen to the serenade, and the gang all listen to the sweetest music ever played, the ferry boat serenade. We all sway right with them, we all sway in rhythm, sweet dreams we're dreaming, and our eyes are gleaming. I love to ride the ferry.
My.
The music is so merry. There's a man who plays the concertina on the moonlit outer deck arena, while both the girls are dancing, while sweethearts are romancing. Life is like a Mardi Gras, happy as we sing together, happy as we sing together, happy. Happy are we, I'll say we're happy. Happy are we, I'll say we are.
Listen to the boat. Listen to the boat. As it
rides along, keep the ferry boat serenade.
Oh, I'm telling you, George, this man will save your life. Don't be stubborn.
Oh.
I've never gotten you into trouble, and all I want is a chance.
Gracie, I've had enough. It's better this way. Let Salice come. I'm not afraid to die. I'm ready. Who knows what lies beyond those green hills? Those fleecy clouds and that blue sky.
I know. Glendale.
Well, I guess it's no use. Nobody can save me.
Well, Togo can. Of course, you're not interested, but...
Togo?
Sure, but if you're not interested, you won't bother them.
Who is Togo?
Well, this Filipino I hired to teach you the art of self-defense. So when that gangster Huey Salas comes in...
Just a minute. Does Togo know jiu-jitsu?
He should. They went to school together.
No, Gracie. Jiu-jitsu is a form of wrestling. You know, they knock you down, and then you pick yourself up, and they knock you down again.
Oh, you mean like Galladay?
Yes, like Galladay. Say, that's not a bad idea. Where is this Togo?
Right here.
Oh, so happy to meeting you, Honorable Sir.
This Oriental skinny Ennis is going to protect me?
Sure. George, shake hands with Togo.
Okay.
Pick yourself up, George.
What was that?
Oh, that was lesson number 1, you know.
He's pretty good, isn't he, George? He can do that all day.
Well, he might be able to do it all day, but he can't do it to me.
Yes, he can.
Now, listen, Togo.
Oh, that's all right. Now, Mr. Burns, please. Togo, now giving you lesson number 2, you know. I'm showing you how easy it is to escaping from attack when gangsters rushing at you.
You see?
Uh-huh. Thank you. So, now, grab hold my right ear with one hand, please.
Like this?
So. Then grab hold my left ear with other hand.
Like this?
Thank you. Now, holding very tight to both my ears. Oh, so. You see, I escaped.
Well, what do I do now?
Huh?
What do I do now?
Huh?
George, give Togo back his ears.
Oh, pardon me.
Senor Burns, hey, Poopsie. To be a great jiu-jitsu wrestler, you have to have strong muscles.
Muscles?
See?
You mean muscle?
Muscles.
No. The way Togo threw me down, he needs a muscle.
Sure. But the way you landed, you need a bustle.
He's right, too, George.
You said it.
Now, Togo giving you lesson 3, you know.
You also don't happen to be Madame Lozanga.
Oh, he's also. He's also. Now, very simple, you know. You're standing very firm on both feet, and when you're shaking hands, you twisting wrist gently, so. Oh.
See? Nothing happened.
Pick yourself up, George.
Oh, hey, I think I've got it. Say, Bud, will you try it with me?
Oh, not me.
Oh, a coward, huh?
A coward? Say, if we weren't in the middle of a broadcast right now for Spam, which is a grand tasting meal of tender, delicious meat, which is great for breakfast and lunch, I'd tell you something.
Yes? Well, what would you tell me?
But it's good for dinner, too.
This is fine. I finally got a trick to throw this gangster down when he comes in, and nobody's here to try it with me.
Well, why don't you try it on Artie Shaw? Benny Goodman says he's a terrible wrestler.
Really?
Yeah.
What did Benny Goodman say?
Well, he said that every time Artie Shaw tackles Old Man River, he goes flat in the clarinet.
I know what I'll do. I'll try it on the sound man. Say, Togo.
Yes, Mom?
Now, all I do is just shake hands and then do that little twist, huh?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Good. Hey, sound man. Hey, 4 years in Harvard. Come here.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
You always try scientific experiments, so I'd like to try a little scientific experiment with you.
Gladly, Mr. Burns.
Now, give me your hand.
There you are.
See? Now, I hold it like this, and then I twist it like this. Up!
Oh, look, he's on the floor.
Pick yourself up, Mr. Burns.
Tracy, didn't I have enough trouble with that gangster without you bringing in Togo?
Senor Burns, I will tear that Togo to pieces. Oh, so I will tear you to pieces,
Oh,
please.
so I will tear you to pieces. Boy.
Pick yourself up, George.
Say, Togo, will you get out? Go on, Togo, get out.
Now that the fall season is ended, Artie Shaw and his boys will play Through the Years. Say, Gracie, I've just thought of something that will help people who are in trouble.
What's that, Bud?
Well, this is a perfect solution to the problem of giving the family a grand dinner that's economical and easy to fix. Serve Spam.
Oh.
This tender, juicy meat is a perfect main course, and here's why. Just open a can of Spam, take out the delicious meat, stud with cloves, and pop it into the oven. Baste with a little pineapple juice, and in just a jiffy, you'll take to the table a taste-tempting surprise that will satisfy your family completely. Wait until your family gets a whiff of baked Spam. And watch the faces light up when they take the first bite of the tender, juicy, lip-smacking goodness and the meaty flavor of baked Spam. It certainly makes a hit with husky appetites these cool fall days. So, serve baked Spam tomorrow. Get a can or two when you shop. Just be sure, though, to insist on Spam, S-P-A-M. Then try the other recipes on the label. You'll discover Spam has dozens of different uses, served cold or hot.
Oh, Bud, you really got something there.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Extra, George Burns taken for a ride. Read all about it. Extra, George Burns taken for a ride.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. George Burns taken out of studio during broadcast by gangster Huey Salas. Driving south in black sedan. Description follows. Burns has one gold upper tooth in his mouth. That is all.
Well, that's me, all right. Shut that radio off.
Yes, Mr. Salas.
And one move out of you, Burns, and I'll let you have it right in the head.
Now, Mr. Salas, don't forget you promised to drop me off my sister Bessie, and I'm sure wants to get off at the station, and Bud and the rest of the people...
Shut up back there. Here I am taking a guy out to be killed, and all you people going along just for the ride. What will Humphrey Bogart think?
Mr. Salas, where are you taking me?
I can't kill you until I get you outside the Los Angeles city limits.
Oh, see, George, you've got a long time to live.
Gracie, please.
Oh, Mr. Salas, now, I don't mind romantic men, and I don't mind holding your hand, but you don't have to hold it so tight. Please, you're hurting me.
I'm not touching your hand.
Oh, pardon me, it's caught in the door.
This ride is beginning to get me.
Thought you'd fool me by dressing up as a woman, huh?
Oh, I don't feel well. 1 minute I'm warm, and the next minute I have a chill.
Well, you're like Spam, George. Cold or hot, you're on the spot.
Well, Spam isn't the only thing that's getting plugged tonight.
Mr. Salas, you've got no right to drive me out.
Another word out of you, and I'll stuff this handkerchief in your mouth.
A handkerchief in George's mouth.
Gracie, what's so funny about that?
Oh, George, you haven't had a good gag in years.
Hey, Salas, stop the car. This is where I get off.
Well, Artie, I want to say goodbye. And if I've ever said anything that hurt your feelings, I was only kidding. You know I didn't mean it.
That's right, George, and I've never met or worked for a nicer boss.
Thanks.
You've been fair, square, and a true pal, and when you're gone, I'm really going to miss you, it says here.
Well, goodbye.
Come on. Let's get going. It's getting cold.
Well, that's all right. You can wear George's coat coming back.
That's our golden thought for today.
Mr. Salas, I get off at the next block.
Well, goodbye, soundman.
Before I go, Mr. Burns, I have one request. Would you leave your brain for the Harvard School of Medical Research?
Harvard wants my brain?
Yes, Mr. Burns. They want to find out how such a small brain can make such a large salary.
Well, goodbye. Boy. Oh, well. What friends I have.
You said it, George. I never saw such people.
Yes.
Lucky for you, you won't have them much longer.
What a finish for a brilliant career.
Hey, you, turn on the radio. That might cheer this mug up.
Bud, shut that radio off.
I can't find the button.
Third one to the right. Until I smile.
I think the radio needs a tube.
It was awful.
Un momento, senor. This is where I get off. Pull up the couch.
Well, goodbye, senor. Please, Gracie, I'm supposed to feel sad. You're making me laugh.
Radio.
Well, goodbye, senor. And don't forget to tell the world what happened to me.
Don't worry, Senor Burns. I will sit right down and left myself a letter.
You mean write yourself a letter?
Left, right. I'm in the draft already.
Well, goodbye.
A few more minutes, Burns, and I'm going to take this gun and let you have it.
Oh, gosh, if you give George the gun, what'll you use?
Gracie, I'm afraid he doesn't mean that.
Well, stop the car. Here's where Gracie and I get out. I'm having dinner at her sister Bessie's house. Goodbye, George. I'll never see you again.
Oh, Bessie's cooking isn't that bad.
Well, Gracie, this is it.
Oh, George, this is awful. I can't stand it.
I know.
Terrible. I just can't tear myself away from here.
You feel that bad because I'm going, huh?
No, my hand's caught in the door again.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Come on. Now we'll get this over with. This is it. Get up.
Say, Salas, that was great. You did a swell job.
Really, Mr. Burns? That's the first time I was ever on the radio.
Well, it's worth $75 to find out what my friends really think of me.
Oh, boy, it's going to be awful quiet for me in the May Company basement selling perfume again.
Well, Ted, you were really grand, and here's your money.
Oh, thanks. You've really been swell to me. I had such a good time. Before I go, I'd like to shake hands with you.
Oh, sure. Put it there.
Pick yourself up, Mr. Burns.
I thought so. And now Gracie and the Smoothies will sing I'm an American.
We are Yankee Doodle boys, Yankee Doodle dandies.
We can shout and be proud that we can say what we want out loud.
We can sing and be gay.
And I can tell a funny story every day.
We are thankful we live here.
So let's all stand right up and cheer. I am an American.
I am an American.
I am an American. On the street in the home, in the crowd all alone.
Shout wherever you may be.
I am an American. I am from the heart of me. Rich or poor, young and old, let this message be told.
Shout wherever you may be.
I am an American. I'm proud of my liberty.
In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill, raise your voice and give America a thrill.
On the farms, in the schools, let's have one set of rules. Shout wherever you may be. I am an American. I am every part of me. From Alaska's snowy peaks to the Southern muddy creek. Listen in because America now speaks.
I am an American.
We are.
I'm proud of my liberty.
In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill.
Raise your voice and give America
dinner tomorrow night, serve baked Spam. It's so easy to fix and so good to eat. Just open a can of Spam and bake according to the simple directions on the label. Takes but a jiffy and brings to your table an economical main course that satisfies hearty appetites. That's because Spam, S-P-A-M, is tender, taste-tempting meat with a delicious flavor. So plan to serve a Spam bake for dinner. Just remember to ask your food dealer for Spam, a Hormel product, when you shop tomorrow.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Good night.
Well, I was taken for a ride and you didn't even feel bad, huh?
Oh, I knew he wasn't a gangster.
How did you know?
I listened to the broadcast.
Oh, good night, all.
Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.